Hello everyone, I'm Santier. Welcome to my stream. Let's enunciate a little bit today. And the plans for today is to continue this theoretical profession rework discussion that I've been doing. It's been a fun design exercise. I've quite enjoyed it. The plan for today is to talk about the assassin and non-profession skills, most of which are PvE only, the Surin, Ebon, Vanguard, and so on skills. So that's the plan for today. Hey, Clean Star, good to see ya. A couple things before I get started fully. I don't know. Are there any things I need to cover before I get started fully? Let's just grab Miku. Why? Because why not? Yes, I know what I need to do before I get started. I need to take a nice big old screenshot of Dagger Mastery. So I have thumbnail material. Cool. Thumbnail material is important, everyone. It's very important. Okay, so before I launch into talking about skills, there's a couple of different things that I want to discuss about the assassin in particular. First of all, I really like the base idea of the assassin. I think it's a really neat... Like, they found a cool design space to explore, particularly with weapon skills. This is one of the things that's really tricky with Guild Wars 1 with the model that they went with for new campaigns, which is releasing new professions. Like, making new professions for Guild Wars 1 is hard because you start running into the design space problem. Izzy's talked about this, actually, who did a lot of the balancing stuff. And he's definitely talked about this in a number of places. Excuse me, I've got a little bit of hiccups. And what this basically comes down to, and he didn't necessarily say it this way because I'm coming from Magic the Gathering lingo, what it basically comes down to is there's only like so much real like design space currently existent, depending upon how you want to kind of break things up. So at the high level, we have like spells versus like how are you doing your damage or what sort of things are you doing. So are you doing support? Are you doing your offense through magic or spells? Are you doing your offense through weapons? Are you healing? Like there's different mechanics, and then there's different expressions of those mechanics. So for example, the ranger has natural spring. That's a way of doing some heals that can help the party, but it's different than what the monk generally does, right? And that sort of thing. So what this basically means is that each profession has a set of mechanics, a set of things that it does that sort of expresses itself and slices up a bit of the design space. Now, you can add more veins of design space to the game by adding new mechanics, but sometimes those veins are very small, and sometimes they're much deeper. With the assassin, they opened up a really neat vein of design space with the lead, offhand, and dual attack system that they gave to the assassin, this combo system. Now, this system is, like I said, I think this is a really cool system. I really like the idea of it. Unfortunately, the system has been absolutely kneecapped in PvE due to the absurd power of Death Blossom. Death Blossom is so good that spamming it as much as possible is basically the best thing you can do with your dagger combo. Meaning that people use Jagged Strikes and Fox Fangs to get to Death Blossom as rapidly as possible because they have, well, they have the shortest recharges of their respective category of skill, right? Fox Fangs is a 3-second recharge. That's the fastest recharging offhand. Jagged Strike is a 1-second recharge. That's the fastest recharging lead attack. Although, I will call out Unsuspecting Strike at only 2 seconds. However, the 10 energy cost is really high. Hello to a Pat Reforged. Death Blossom is like, it's the locus of the problems. I wouldn't say it's like the problem that I have with Death Blossom is it literally is the best dual attack. Like I really like the lead, like, so, and then of course these both have the half-second activation time, which really helps. Well, there's several other problems with the system. The other big problem that the the current expression of the lead offhand dual attack has. Like, so, like, okay, so there's a couple of different layers here. What I'm getting at with Death Blossom is that it's so good that in PvE there's no reason to look at any other dual attack, because whenever you look at any other dual attack, it's worse than Death Blossom. It deals less damage, it has a longer cooldown. I mean, there's some that can maybe deal higher single target damage. Blades of Steel if you really try to work it. And Death Blossom also just has the area of effect damage on it as well. And it's only 5 energy. Like, it is the like leader of all of the dual attacks. The other problem though with the whole system is that it's balanced around PvP, and that fundamentally leads to that problem overall. I guess you can argue for that. That the lead attack, offhand, and dual are applying marks to your target, so you have to kind of stay on target. I personally think that that's a fine design, though. I mean, Trampling Ox is like Horns of the Ox is good because of the knockdown. I like Trampling Ox a little bit better if I can get crippled, just because it's a little bit more reliable in that regard and has more plus damage and a quicker recharge. But yeah, like that's the thing, is like the dual attacks are all balanced around PvP, and like that's or many of them are. Like Death Blossom is not, and you know how I know it's not balanced around PvP? Because if you go into a PvP area, it suddenly gets a 6-second recharge, and that's a sure sign. The other thing too is that area of effect is just less powerful in PvP because players are better about spacing. The AI clumps a lot more. Like, and this is like the fundamental issue when you kind of are trying to look at these things is or look at these skills. The fundamental issue is PvP balance weighs heavy upon this game, and that really heavily affects things. And so there's a lot of stuff where it's like, it's fine in PvE, but like it's just when you're trying to optimize things, like it's really hard to not just go to Death Blossom outside of like very specific scenarios, because it's just like Twisting Fangs is a really good example. I'll talk about this in a little bit more detail later, but if you look at the stats of this skill, it does not deserve these stats for PvE usage, but for PvP usage it absolutely does. Yeah, I mean this is a huge issue. Yeah, were you the one who whispered me on Sunday? I was in the middle of stuff, so I couldn't really read it super well. But yeah, and that's the thing, is like PvP and PvE have fundamentally different and are fundamentally different environments. And that means that you can't, like, some stuff is fine in both environments, but a lot of stuff is not, because the fundamental way that they play out is so substantially different. And like for a long time they're trying to keep the game consistent. And I think this is one of the things I think this is one of the things that's just really it's just really difficult about like this whole thing, is like if you go in from the mindset before like they added the ability to split PvE and PvP skills. Like the idea was that they wanted to keep things consistent. Like Guild Wars 1 Prophecies had so much of its endgame focused on PvP in either Guild versus Guild or at the time Tomb of the Primeval Kings, because that was before Heroes Ascent was introduced, right? And so much of the endgame was focused on those things that And I just want to like interrupt here while it's on my brain. Like balance is always subjective. Like what I think is balanced is not necessarily what somebody else is going to think is balanced, because different people have different ideas of what they think the environment should look like, and what they want to achieve and accomplish with numbers and how they're trying to do stuff. So, and it's always filtered through the lens of what the players or the users of the things interpret as like good and effective. So like you're kind of like working with a slinky system when you're trying to balance stuff where you're trying to do things and then the players are going to interpret what you're doing in terms of what they think is good. And so you're kind of like trying to feed inputs into a system to try to get a certain pattern of results, and it's a little bit imprecise. But yeah, Tomb of the Primeval Kings was reforged in Heroes Ascent when factions, like in the lead up to factions, but the like back in the day, 2PK or Tombs and GVG. I don't think there's a way to kill the meta, but the core, so you need to flatten the space between the top and the bottom. Yeah, well, it's one of those things where like it's really tricky to kind of do that well, but because it's also like trying to make things too flat is exactly how we ended up with Guild Wars 2. And in my problem with Guild Wars 2 is it's boring because nothing feels meaningful when it comes to like builds. Now they may have changed things substantially since the last time I played the game. But especially when it like first came out, they were really trying to have it be where everything is good enough, and that just kind of means that nothing, like it doesn't feel like buildcraft matters at all, but there's other things that contributed to that. But yeah, as somebody was saying in the Guild Wars Global Discord, I think it was that one. I don't know, one of the Discords, Guild Wars Global or Spud Club. The goal is not so much to like have every skill, like there's going to be some skills that are just better and are going to be used more often, but the ideal is to have every skill have some scenario in which case is the best in slot option, where it's like this skill has a home. I'd be curious to have you elaborate more on that, because I'm curious to know what exactly you mean. I'm not entirely sure what you saw as the core issues with Warrior as part of it. But yeah, so like anyway, there are some really cool things that I like as well that they did, but because I'm just going to get this out here. I'm just going to throw up the approach text so that way it's there as a reminder. I'm not renaming skills. This is going to be a bigger deal for Assassin than it is for other professions, because most of the dagger attacks, the lead offhand dual attacks, have very specific name schemes, which like there's some that have flexibility, like Desperate Strike and Disrupting. Well, Disrupting Stab does not have that much flexibility. Let's be real, but a lot of them have different names, like different parts of name scheme. So what I mean, black cares about your target having a hex on them. Golden cares about you being enchanted. So these are conditionals. Mantis inflicts crippled. So like Black Mantis Thrust. Well, hiccups are weird. The Mantis part of it means that it inflicts crippled. The black part means that crippled is conditioned on the foe having hex, right? Golden Fox Strike. Fox means unblockable. And the golden part means you need to be enchanted, so you need to be enchanted to have your attack be unblockable, and as you can see, that's exactly what this requires. If you're under the effects of enchantment, this attack cannot be blocked. Fox Fangs, on the other hand, is just unblockable. Again, Fox in name. Falling means it requires the target to be knocked down. Spider means it inflicts poison. So Falling Spider, the target must be knocked down in order for this attack to succeed. It must strike a knockdown foe. If it hits, it also will deal poison. Lotus, on the other hand, gives you energy, so Falling Lotus Strike must strike a knockdown foe. If it hits, you gain energy back. Golden Lotus Strike, you need to be enchanted to gain energy. Pure Lotus Strike just requires you to use it, and it gives you energy. Leaping Mantis Sting. Leaping is probably a prefix that they could have used for striking a moving foe. I don't think there's any other skills that do that, that have that. No, there aren't any, because it would be right in here. Ninetail is a reference to foxes as well, so this is unblockable, with the Ninetail being a highly ascended form of spiritual fox sort of thing in Japanese mythology. Ox is knockdown. So Trampling Ox, Horns of the Ox. So that just means that there's like limited places to take some of these skills and still have the name work, and I think the name scheme's really cool, so I am going to want to be a bit conscious about that. Okay, let's see. Warrior's design space is time and time again where you'll find duplicate skills between the individual weapons, because locking people to a weapon meant that tools the weapon need have to be accessible. Like pre-rework, all 3 warrior specs had an AoE multi-attack skill. They all have a cheap 4 rage inflicts a condition skill. Yeah, I mean, you're correct. Common tools are kind of needed for certain things to exist. Like, Wild Strike isn't the anti-stance skill. Every martial profession except for Ranger has an anti-stance skill. And they're usually named Wild, too. Like Wild Blow, Wild Strike, Wild Throw. And then there's Dervish as an outlier with Irresistible Sweep for some random reason. But yeah, like, because it's like, it's an easy thing of like, oh, this is necessary, and yeah, so you get like, what are your AoE options? So it definitely is a yeah, and I mean that makes sense, right? Why it's not wild, because it was originally unblockable. I don't necessarily remember, like, I know Dervish went through a really big overhaul, so I don't necessarily remember what all they changed, but that makes sense. Like, I think Forceful Blow originally didn't have stance removal on it either, and then they added it. Which is the Hammer Elite. So anyway, long story short, another thing with the Assassin is it's designed for single target a lot of the time, except for Death Blossom, so that's also going to kind of change things. Is there much else I want to say? Shadow Steps. I should absolutely talk about Shadow Steps. Shadow Steps are one of those things that are a really mixed bag of an idea. I remember back when it came out, people were like, this was not great for PvP. And they were not wrong. It certainly caused problems in PvP. I think the Shadow Step balance could be a little bit more aggressive in some cases. Most of the Shadow Step balance is designed around what, like, PvP should be and not what PvE should be, so that means that there's a number of them. Like, I think Dark Prison should probably have better stats, for example, because this effect is really, really dangerous in PvP and, like, not that potent in PvE. So, like, what I would generally, and what I'm probably going to want to generally do for a lot of things is just, like, decrease costs and recharges and stuff to just, yeah, like, Shadow Step is, like, the problem is purely for PvP. For PvE, Shadow Steps are great because they help get melee attackers into play and that sort of thing. Yeah, I can see an argument that there's also just nothing that, like, can function to stop things from shadow stepping. So, like, if there was a ward, for example, that prevented things from being able to shadow step into its area, right? So you could shadow step up to it but not into it and things like that. Like, they didn't add, like, counter shadow step play options. That would have helped a lot with it, particularly in PvP. They just didn't interface with it that way. Yeah, Shadow Steps have a lot of great utility in PvE, and they're really, really helpful for melee attackers who have to get up to the front lines and have to chase down targets. It's just they're very, very strong in PvP, and most of them are balanced around the PvP rather than being set up to work well in PvE. So, like, as a mechanic, and I'm not going to talk too much about PvP because my knowledge of it is pretty narrow, but at this point anyway. But Shadow Steps, like, as a mechanic, I think do a lot of really interesting stuff in PvE. With, frankly, the biggest problem in PvE that I have with Shadow Steps is when people use them poorly and overextend very aggressively and then wonder why they're dying. I really distinctly remember when factions first came out and everybody made an assassin named after a character in Naruto, and then immediately like got themselves perpetually killed by shadow stepping to grossly overextend and then wondering why they died. Pro tip is because everybody was playing a friggin' assassin and nobody was healing. But yeah, and then the friggin' afflicted exploded. Anyway, this is not a thing about factions. I can ramble at length about factions. Anyway, critical strikes I should also touch on. This is the primary attribute. It gives you additional chance to critical hit, which is really cool because that works with literally every weapon. Every weapon likes to be able to critical hit more. And then it also gives you energy when you critical hit at... Starting at rank 3, you get 1 energy, and then you get an additional energy every 5 ranks. So at 3, 8, 13, and 18, you get 4. You can get up there with some of the skills that are in the game now. 15 years, 14 years after Faction's release, I guess. Not that you can see them on Miku, because they're PvE-only skills. But Critical Strikes is a really interesting one in that it's very unreliable energy management. What I like about Critical Strikes is it is not just another like rebrand of expertise. I feel like it's really easy to kind of go for expertise rebrands, and the fact that it isn't is really neat, and I really appreciate it. And I really like that. Hello. So, I guess does that cover everything I'd want to talk beforehand? There's just a couple of other interesting notes. You don't really get increased attack speed very often as Assassin, which is interesting. The other martial professions have some increased attack speed skills. Rangers also somewhat more conditional at it. And there's a lot of really cool utility in Assassin. So I guess I should probably go ahead and get started if I want to be able to get into the other non-profession skills today as well. So let's just go ahead and launch in. Critical Strikes will be up first on our list. So just as a reminder, this is like purely subjective in how I'd want to do things and things like that. So it is by no means a this is the way it should be or anything, but just if I were put in charge of balancing stuff, this is stuff that I would try, just kind of see where things kind of fell out. So couple philosophical things. Like I said, I would not generally try to change the assassin to be more multi-target oriented. Rather, I would want to focus on empowering it to be stronger. Like, it wants to stay on a target until that target's dead, more or less. But I would want the skills to like be better about 31% after base, ways to stack it up to 74%. I lost my train of thought there a little bit. But yeah, so I want the assassin to be better about saying, hey, I'm not like, I haven't just spent my combo and now I have to wait around for a while to be able to actually do my thing again. Of how far you can stack it. I mean, it's one of those things of like how reliable. Way of the Assassin is kind of a big culprit for this too. Because it has a bunch of plus critical hit chance on it. Okay, so let's just start with Assassin's Remedy. This one is fine. I use this one sometimes. It's a bit odd because oh yeah. Fear me. Critical eye. Yep. That'll also get you way up there. I do like a good Fear me on Assassin. What was the other skill that I was thinking of? Yeah, because you have down here, Signet of Malice is another way of taking care of conditions. Assassin has a... I feel like there's another one or two in there somewhere too, but... Assassin's Remedy is a fine skill, is just kind of like a handy enchantment to have around, because there's a bunch of times when you want enchantments around. I will also note that, like, in terms of critical hits, daggers have relatively low damage. They're 7 to 17, is that right? Is that the max range for dagger? I should have some over here. Yeah, 7 to 17. So, like, their crits are somewhat limited in how deep they go just because of that. But anyway. So, Assassin's Remedy I wouldn't really change. Black Lotus Strike. So, this was originally in Dagger Mastery, and I got moved to Critical Strikes because ArenaNet didn't want to give non-assassins nice things, I guess. This is where I wouldn't necessarily change the effects of this skill, but I would move it back to Dagger Mastery. Okay, so that's roughly 40% more damage. Because square root of 2 is going to be 1.4, roughly. Yeah, I need to research critical strikes a little bit more, but I think the wiki's under maintenance at the moment, so I can't really look into that. But yeah, so let's see. The other thing that I need to figure out is what should I, where would I want the actual, I guess I would call it the mode of cooldowns to be for Assassin. So one of the things that I found when I'm trying to build Assassin combos is that I want the recharges to generally line up a lot better than they do, because if recharges line up better among attacks, then I kind of feel like I've got what's the best way of phrasing this? I've got kind of a good sense of how things can kind of fit together. So that kind of leads me to wanting to have things be on some sort of common cooldown multiple. So that way they can kind of fit into each other neatly. This one's a bit tricky to think about. Yeah, I know there's a Guild Wars.wikia. I have a separate program that I use that's connected. They're expecting the maintenance to be over around noon, so that's in about another half an hour. I don't like having an actual web browser open while I stream for memory concerns and things. So Black Lotus Strike, the main thing, the first thing, like I said, that I do is I'd move it to Dagger Master. I kind of feel like the spot that I want things, honestly, is I feel like I want a lot of lead attacks to be on around I'm debating between a 3 or 4 second recharge. It's one of those things where the fact that we're working in integers and we want them to be kind of low is awkward, because something like 60 breaks down into a bunch of nice numbers and you can kind of build around that really well, but that's absurdly way too long. Thinking of basically making every single non-attack skill recharge on use of a dual attack. Not necessarily what I was thinking. More that I want my dagger chains to kind of flow into each other neatly. So one of the things right now, if I'm trying to build a dagger chain, and this is actually probably one of the few times where list is actually a better option. List gives you more information, but I don't like it. Yeah. No, what I'm more thinking is when we look at the cooldowns of my dagger attacks, I have Golden Fox Strike Golden Fang Strike, which does a deep wound, even though Fang... Maybe Fang apparently does deep wound now. Yeah, Twisting Fangs also does deep wound, so apparently Fang does deep wound now. And Wild Strike are all 4-second recharges, so they kind of like, they flow naturally together. So when I put in... Yeah, I should definitely try to explain this idea. When I put in on my bar Golden Fox Strike, I know that when I use it and then have like Golden Fang Strike as a follow-up, they'll have recharged in sequence. So like, I don't feel like I'm wasting cooldowns, because that's one of the weird things about dagger attacks, right? Is if I have a skill in the chain that is still cooling down, that's the longest cooldown for my chain, unless I have replacement substitute parts. Yeah, something like 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12. Yeah, like, so it's just kind of a when I'm talking about like the mode of cooldown, this is sort of like, how frequently do I want skills to generally be available? Because Assassin is so built around executing its chains, and I think that's good for it. I think that's where it's interesting, that I want building those chains to be less about trying to find the shortest cooldown skills and more about what fits into what you're trying to accomplish with your build. And in that world, I need to like strongly consider, where am I putting cooldowns, so that way it's like, oh, this is like, maybe I want a lead attack that has a low cooldown, so that way I can do an like this offhand, and then I go into a dual attack that has a low cooldown, and I have like 2 offhands that I cycle between, depending upon which one's cooling down when. And I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like, whenever I make an assassin bar and I'm trying to do something interesting with it, it's like, how do the cooldowns line up with things, and where does it mean that I'm hitting least common multiple problems? That's actually a better way of kind of framing it. It's like, I want the cooldowns to have a consistent least common multiple. So like, having everything be a factor of 12 is a really good way of syncing that up. As you're saying, Topat Reforged. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Because when things have like an 8-second cooldown does not fit neatly into that paradigm, right? So the least common multiple of a set of numbers is like, if you were to... I don't know how much people remember their math, but it's basically, if you keep looking at like counting by that number, when is the first time they sync up? So like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, etc. versus like 6, 12. So they first sync up at 6. Hooray. So like Golden Lotus Strike's 5-second recharge means that it doesn't sync up well with something with an 8-second recharge, because their least common multiple is going to be 40. So they're only really going to line up properly like at a certain rate. So what that ends up meaning is, when they don't line up well, your combos get a little bit clunky, and you're kind of like having to wait around for skills in a weird way. It makes everything feel kind of awkward and clunky and things like that. So like, as a general principle, I want my skills to like have some sort of common basis that they're working with, so that sort of everything kind of feels like it like slots together better. So that I can like pick this to kind of no, I was talking about 5 and 8, not 6 and 8. But yes, 6 and 8 is going to be 24. Because like 5 is a prime number, so you don't get to be partial with it. So like, one of the things that I run into as a problem when I'm trying to like build assassin bars is like things that just kind of don't like line up well. So it's, I don't know, it feels like you're kind of wasting cooldowns and things like that. It just makes things feel clunky. So yeah, using 2, 3, 4, 6, and 12 second cooldowns is kind of like the range of cooldowns is something that feels like stuff would like slot together a little bit better, and be a little bit less clunky. The other thing too, again, is Just the balance difference between PvE and PvP means that I'm going to want to be a lot more aggressive with lead attacks in general. So I feel like with something like Black Lotus Strike, I'd want this to be either like a 3 or a 4 second cooldown, and I feel like this one should probably be... I feel like this one should probably be a 4 second cooldown. I feel like I want... I don't know. Okay, so... This is actually a really important question. Huh. I actually need to go to the Great Temple of Balthazar. I need to try something out. I need to see... Dagger Mastery. Lead attacks have too many long cooldowns for generally not general effects. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I want my lead attacks to generally... I mean, I usually use like Wild Strike. Where's one of my dagger pairs? These GT will work. I don't really need damage out of this. I just need to go... yeah, G-Top is closer over here. I need to go test this out in Great Temple of Balthazar, because I want to... The thing that I really need to get is I need to get a sense for, like, what does the refresh rate feel like? I haven't really thought about this refresh rate thing before, so this is something I need to actually really consider. Miku, stand here. I don't need you attacking things. Because I need to see, like, ideally you basically want your combo to be recharged by the time you're done doing it. Okay, so what I just saw there is without increased attack speed buffs allowing me to get these out faster, there's a little bit of a cooldown with 4 seconds still. So I'm not sure if I want that slight delay or if I want it to generally be going for 3 second cooldowns, because that would allow sort of a good cycle rate in terms of like how long it takes for things to kind of get back around. And just doing this test here makes it feel like I want 3 second, not 4. Yeah, Death Blossom at 2 is too aggressive. I feel like 3 is where you kind of want it if you want the skills to be a little bit more rapid, and 4 if there's a slight pause in how frequently they're used. Let's go back to Baipasu, because that's a nice, relaxed place to go hang out. I mean, sure. Do you want to do it in GTOB? Or what do you... You're welcome to hop in the party and demonstrate something. Like, Death Blossom is just so bad for the design of the game. Or the balance of the assassin, because it's just... It is... Dual attacks are just... Can't compete with it. Like, the only blue assassin who showed up... I remember seeing you previously. Where are you now? Like, whenever I want to, like, build an assassin bar... Yeah, that name sounds right. Yep, that's you. Okay, I assume... Okay, yep, you can go ahead and go out there. Because, like... There's basically never times that I don't want to just bring Death Blossom because of the quick recharge, good plus damage, and AoE damage on top of it all. So it's like, this skill, I think, is, as it is, just clearly actively overpowered. Here, let me select you. So if you bow, then he gives you, like, DPS numbers or something? Yeah. You're averaging 126 damage per second in the last 5 seconds. Yeah. And then it just takes out the targets around it too. Yep. It just deals so much damage. Yeah, your best damage in a single second was 264, done at 18. Death occurred after 5 seconds. Yeah, Death Blossom should not be like the basic default dual attack. It is effectively kind of the role that it's sitting in. I mean, I'm no spec in Dagger Mastery and it's doing plus 20 and 20 AoE. So, yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous how much damage it can output. Anyway, looking at that, I feel like some of those numbers. I feel like I'd move Black Lotus Strike to Dagger Mastery and put it at a 4-second cooldown. Yeah, a total of plus 40 at 0, which is pretty ridiculous. Because, like, yeah, I mean, I don't have any spec in Dagger Mastery right now. Because it's twice. 16 Sword Mastery Dragon Slash is plus 44. That sounds about right. I couldn't tell you offhand. I mean, the idea is Dragon Slash is literally every attack. But because of the synergy with For Great Justice, well, for 20 seconds, every, like, 45 seconds or whatever it is. Okay, well, I want to go back to bypassing. I mean, this is a really good question of, like, what should assassin damage look like? How much should it be? Like, how quickly should assassins be able to take out single targets? It's a really difficult question to kind of have a great answer to some extent. But, like, so should Black Lotus Strike deal less damage at 12? You know, is sort of the question. Like, the fact that it's functionally free if you have a Hex on the foe. It doesn't really net you much energy, but it is effectively free. I don't know, that's one of those things that's an interesting question to try to answer. Because, like, also when you get down to it, scythes can have pretty good AoE damage, but everything about the game is about trying to focus up your AoE damage, and that's part of the thing that's really difficult about balancing things with this game, is that the real answer to balance is better AI and smarter AI. It's as long as most AI just gets funneled into mobs that you want to try to mow down with AoE as efficiently as possible, it's going to always emphasize and prioritize that. So, like, even if you nerf Death Blossom in some way, which I think is warranted, but even if you do that, it still is going to be one of those things where this is going to be a frequently chosen dual attack just because you want that AoE damage off of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I haven't really studied the DPS stuff that closely. It is a question of, like, how much should weapons be synced? Like, is it okay if daggers have better single target DPS if they have just dramatically worse AoE options? Like, if Death Blossom is a substantially less useful attack. And this is one of those weird things where, as I'm thinking about it, like, if you get rid of its plus damage, does that make it better or worse? Like, that's the legitimately difficult question to answer, because it means that you can wail on the same target for, like, AoE damage around things longer. Which, does that make it better or worse? I legitimately do not know. It certainly makes it less, like, around in terms of there are like some scenarios where it's not as good, but yeah, I definitely haven't like thought through damage per second rates enough on some of this stuff. Like, it's one of those things where it's like the like initial points of like what would make this skill feel like it would be something that I'd want to try using, and then the nitty gritty of like actually checking numbers and things like that is an entirely different like set of skills. And I'm definitely much more of the like what makes this feel like it's in the like the right general area. I'm much more of the designer than the like nitty gritty. How do we line these numbers up so that way things kind of fit together sort of area. But anyway, so like I said, the first starting thing I do is I just drop this to, I think, 4-second recharge, move it to Dagger Mastery. Let's move on. I do want to theoretically get to other stuff today other than just Black Lotus Strike. I'm probably a little bit more Johnny designer. Yeah, you might be a lot more like focused on those like. I wouldn't necessarily say it that same way. I feel like I'm more in the earlier parts of the design process. So, like, using Magic the Gathering parlance, since you've invoked it here, I feel like I probably sit a little bit closer to where like the vision design team, I guess, is what they currently have it, but design versus the development. I feel like I'm probably a little bit more in the design area rather than the development area, if that makes sense. So, like, coming up with some of the ideas, not necessarily, and like, I think I can probably get balanced into a rough ballpark, but I tend to be more of an intuitive sort of thinking person rather than a like numbers cruncher type of person, if that makes sense. So, just in terms of like my general inclination for things. So yeah, like I probably generally belong earlier on in the process. And it's one of those things where too, it's like I would want to the way that I'd approach this sort of stuff is like, okay, let's make this change, see how this feels. Okay, now let's see how much that, like, does this feel like it's in about the right area, or does it feel like it needs to be kind of tweaked further? And it definitely seems like you're from what you're saying right there, you're probably a little bit more in the better suited towards the later stages of like, okay, but how do we get this to a spot where it's actually fitting in a holistic's not quite the right word, but in a more refined stage, I guess is the phrase that I'd use there. Critical defenses, I don't know, this is one of those skills that I personally like the design of. It's tricky to use in just the right way, where it's not necessarily difficult per se, but like it has a nice like balance between like cooldown and duration and how often you're trying to hit the condition. It's good for adding durability to assassins. It's really annoying when raptors use it. Critical agility is a skill that I'll talk about probably tomorrow. But yeah, critical agility probably should be a bit different. Being able to stack both really adds a lot of durability. I could also see, like, critical defenses is one of those skills I could see if it needs to be better balanced, it could be, or it could have the block chance lowered a bit as well. Or it could be hard set to like a 7-second duration and have the block chance scale as an alternative or something like that. But yeah, critical defenses is a really cool design in terms of like, oh, this is a way of like rewarding you for doing the thing, and I like it from that standpoint. Critical Eye. This is a weird skill. It's basically like doubling down on critical strikes, which feels kind of awkward. It's the way I describe it is this is like saying, hey, if you think your primary attribute isn't good enough, bring more of it with a skill slot. But the thing about that is the fact that it also scales with critical strikes is kind of the thing that's a bit awkward. Yeah, that's also my problem with critical agility clean star. The fact that like to get increased attack speed on assassin requires you to use a PvE only enchantment that, or I mean, way of the assassin, but to use a PvE only enchantment that like yeah, I wouldn't necessarily change anything about critical eye. It's just kind of an odd skill in that regard, where it's like, oh, I need to invest high enough to actually get permanent uptime from critical eye. But yeah, critical agility being like the enchantment that it is kind of frustrating. I like critical strike. I feel like this is a fine skill that I like to bring a lot of the time. This is one that I might consider dropping to 4-second cooldown just to see. I don't know if it needs it or not. This is one of those things that's really, 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 really hard to evaluate about dual attacks, is because all of them just compete really badly against Death Blossom. It's hard to actually have like a good sense for a lot of them. Does that make sense? Like, I bring critical strike with me as energy management in a somewhat regular frequency. But I feel like this is one of those ones where 6 seconds might be fine. I'd like to try it at 4 and see how that feels. I don't know. Okay, so another thing that I'm running into here that's kind of a little bit of a conundrum is this is great if you have like 2 6-second recharge dual attacks and then a 3-second recharge lead attack and a 3-second recharge offhand attack. And like having that, the fact that it doesn't, like, since so many of the combos are like 4-second base, it's hard to like evaluate, okay, how would this feel if I lived in that sort of world? But I feel like a 4-second cooldown could work fine for this. Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of should dual attacks deal as much damage as they do or not. I kind of feel like having them deal high single target damage is fine. So I could also see boosting the damage of critical strike as well as a 4-second cooldown. Dark Apostasy. So this one is one of those skills that I feel like is costed because of its potential power in PvP. Every time you successfully land a critical strike, you remove 1 enchantment from your target. Yeah, I feel like in PvE this could easily be 5 energy. I also feel like it could maybe be like down a number in the energy loss thing. So like at 12 critical strikes before, just like across the board. I think the wiki's still down, so I can't actually look up the numbers, so I'd have to like manually scroll through it, which sounds annoying. But having it be just the cost to be down 1 number, so it's just not quite as high. I feel like this could easily be 5 energy in PvE though, where like enchantment removal most of the time I want it to just be I want to be able to get rid of enchantments that stop me from being able to hit the target most of the time anyway. So I don't know, there's some areas where this is going to be useful for getting rid of like Spirit Bond and Prot Spirit and things like that, but most of the time it's like Aegis that I want to remove, and this is not as useful against Aegis just because, I mean, I have to be able to get through a block. So Deadly Haste. Okay, so this is an interesting question. How much have people actually used this guy? Because my experience with it, with trying to use it to build a thing where I spam dancing daggers, not too impressed. I don't think it actually stacks with Deadly Paradox, does it? Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like, there are some areas where you can get like protective bonds. The dredge in the Echovold Forest use some bonding, as do some of the centaurs in like the Maguma Jungle area. So there's like a handful of areas where you can deal with some of that. Prot Spirit is also not common. Yeah, I kind of figured you're talking about Deadly Haste. I feel like Deadly Haste is one of those things where it feels like there's supposed to be a build for it, but there isn't. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. I mean, if you're a Spike player, you're definitely going to go for the stuff that's good. I'm somewhere between like an experiences Timmy, or like a variety Timmy, and with a bit of Johnny, and like just enough Spike in me that I want to try to optimize the weird nonsense that I'm making. But I feel like Deadly Haste is one of those skills that just like, it feels like there's supposed to be a bar here, but like making what's 40%, so like making this have a 3-second recharge is just not worth it. Like, I don't know, this is one of those where I need to see a list of half-range skills. Is the wiki back up yet? Hey wiki, are you back up yet? No? I mean, to be fair, it's just a few minutes off noon, so. I could see this being interesting if there are some half-range spells in other professions that it would be interesting to try to make use of this with. But yeah, I mean, that's Assassin. If like Assassin has to spend so much of its bar on its attack combo, whether that's simply 3 skills or if you're trying to do something a little bit more elaborate, that's hard to go into some of the other attribute lines to much degree either as well. In addition, words that, like, I feel like Deadly Haste is one of those ones where, I mean, it could easily be 5 energy and not change a thing about how the game is played. I don't know where the numbers would have to be to actually make it useful. If the wiki was up, I would be able to check to see what other half-range spells there are. Or, yeah, half-range spells there are. But, like, I'm not sure there's... So this is one of those things where I look at and I'm like, I am not sure there's enough half-range spells to make a legitimate build out of Deadly Haste. I would be very inclined to make this some sort of increase attack speed skill. The rest are all healing whispers. I mean, yeah, you might be right there. Oh, wiki, why are you not up yet? Okay, whatever. So, like, if I just try to do a quick manual scan through... Augury of Death is half range. This is not useful to spam a bunch of, though. Crippling Dagger has half the normal range, but this has only a 5-second recharge. Same here with Dancing Daggers. Decreasing the recharges is helpful, but not amazing on those. Disrupting Dagger has half range. I guess getting this down to 6-second recharge isn't terrible, but not worth an entire skill by itself. This is not half range. This must follow lead attack, but is not half range. Trying to scan through to find half range skills. Oh, we're going to talk about Mark of Insecurity. Scorpion Wire is another one that's just like... This is a really cool idea. I wanted to Shadow Step the foe to you, just because Scorpion Wire makes me think of Get Over Here in Mortal Kombat and all that. But we'll talk about that more later. Again, this is also one that's not that helpful to have half recharge on. Siphon speed. I mean, this already has half recharge on it. Dropping it is not terrible. This one feels like it should be half, but it isn't. Shadow step to target foe. That's... None of these are being half here. And the shadow step to your original location. Nope, these are all like self-enchantments and shadow steps. I don't think any of these are. Man, I'm looking forward to talking about Shadow Walk too. Yeah, so there's just not a ton. They all seem to be in Deadly Arts, and none of them really benefit that much from it. Oh, I guess Seeping Wound. You can give Seeping Wound a 6-second recharge. Yay. Yeah, so what I'm seeing here is Deadly Haste not really... like, does not really have much of a home. Like, it's a skill in look of a build, or in search of a build, and I don't really think that there's a build here. So in my mind, like, what I would be interested in doing with something like Deadly Haste is changing it so that way it would be something, and I don't know if this should be an enchantment or a stance. Deadly Haste is an artifact of a design paradigm that simply never appeared in Assassin for real. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. Where there's kind of like the idea of more of the castery assassin that just never got enough skills to really develop into a thing. What I kind of like the idea for Deadly Haste is having this be a weird increased attack speed skill where it makes all of your attack skills have quicker activation times. I'm not like quite sure what that would look like. Maybe something like and I would just need to try this effect to see how it actually plays and stuff, but something like for 30 seconds your attack skills activate 50% faster. Something like that. Again, I'm not sure exactly where that would need to sit, but that would be really cool with bow attacks and things as well. But I like the idea of Assassin not rewarding auto-attacking as much as using attack skills, because that's where it feels like the focus is. So I would try Deadly Haste in sort of that area. Sounds like it should be the elite form of Critical Eye. I could see that too, except I wouldn't necessarily want to willy-nilly change elite statuses. I don't know. To me, Deadly Haste implies speed is involved somehow, so... So I don't know. I personally like the idea of an enchantment that increases like the attack speed of your attack skills. So that's what I would try with it, and just kind of see how that feels and where that ends up. I could also, another area that I could see this being in is I could see this being a stance that increases your attack move speed that refreshes whenever you land a critical hit. Something like that. Could be interesting as well. Locus Fury. So this is a cool skill. I think... So the weird thing about this skill is it kind of like... This is a way to reward you for auto-attacking with Assassin, and it stacks with attack buffs really nicely. It does not play really nicely with attack skills, which is really weird. But it creates kind of a neat sort of space for the Assassin, if that makes sense. I would probably just like to see this give you a 100% chance to double strike while using daggers. I I don't think there's a reason for it to do otherwise. I like having this as an orthogonal option. I do feel like it could be a little bit better somehow. Maybe just make this an elite skill instead of an elite enchantment spell, so that way it's not vulnerable to stripping. And give it no activation time as part of that. Just 10 energy, 10-second recharge, elite skill for 30 seconds. You always double strike while using daggers. Something like that. Just to try, like, how does this fit? How does this feel with things? I don't know if there should be anything else there. This is a skill that I could see having some sort of trigger whenever you double strike instead as a potential other optional thing, but I might think about that for something in the future. Malicious Strike, this is one of those skills that, like, hooray, it's not actually a dagger skill. I think it would be interesting if this had, like, a 4-second recharge and also counted as a lead attack, but was a melee attack. You could use it with any weapon, but like, where is it? Sneak attack. Right here. Like, sneak attack is a melee attack that counts as a lead attack. I'd want to do the same thing to Malicious Strike, where it counts as a lead attack as well. So that way you're able to have it be part of a chain if you want it to be. Palm Strike. I actually quite like this skill. It counts as an offhand attack, so it jumps you straight into offhands, which is really cool. Lets you go straight. Like, this plays really nicely with Trampling Ox as well, because it inflicts a crippled off the bat. It could probably be slightly stronger. Probably be okay at like a 6-second recharge. It'd probably be okay with a longer cripple duration, and like easily doubled or tripled would be fine in PvE, frankly. And it could probably do a little bit more damage in PvE as well. But overall, I like the skill. Seeping Wound is one of those spells that is really, really cool, but prohibitively expensive. I would try this at 5 energy in PvE, just to see how that feels. Like, this is in my mind like a surprisingly potent effect, because that damage is outside of degen, the degen system, so this will tick away and not care about degen caps. That's really cool to me. I really like Seeping Wound from that standpoint. The snare is kind of useful as well. It is so expensive at 15 energy, so I don't know if it would be too strong at 5, but I would absolutely try it and see if it felt like it was too strong. Sharpened Daggers. This is a nice one to have around. I like this as kind of a filler enchantment. It is a little unexciting, but part of the thing that makes this somewhat unexciting is Jagged Strike is just the go-to lead attack, and that already inflicts bleeding. But I do like this as kind of like a filler enchantment. If I feel like I just need an enchantment lying around that'll stick around for a while and things. This is basically kind of like a preparation, and getting a bunch of like cheap condition spread is not bad, but it's not amazing in PvE. So I could see this having some sort of other effect. I'm not quite sure what would be a good idea, though. Yeah. Because I don't necessarily want it to be plus damage to daggers. I don't necessarily want it to be to give this like increased critical strike chance. I don't know. This is one of the skills where I feel like it's okay where it's at, but it could stand to be maybe slightly better. But I like it as a sort of filler enchantment that I can just slot in if I need an enchantment for my golden spells, and I kind of like it existing kind of almost more for that purpose. Shattering Assault. This one's really cool. The fact that this deals raw damage, this doesn't deal plus damage, keep in mind. This is 41 damage. Is this armor ignoring or armor respecting? I think this is... this respects armor. So this is an interesting way of kind of like limiting how hard something hits. I feel like this is one of those skills that's kind of been balanced around PvP. So I think 6-second recharge is fine on it. The effect of removing 2 enchantments is potent. I think this could be 5 energy, though, and I think that this could deal, like, instead of a raw damage value, I think I would try changing this to, like, plus damage in the same sort of range as Ninetail Strike. Also, this could probably go in Dagger Mastery rather than in Critical Strikes. I don't know if that'd be too strong or not, but I could see absolutely trying it there and seeing how it felt. Twisting Fangs. Okay, so Twisting Fangs, this is a really good example of a skill whose value between PvE and PvP is radically different. PvP, this is the killer. This is the skill that you use to finish off your target. Because the Deep Wound is just really potent, and it gets covered... Does it get covered with bleeding? I don't remember which one goes on top, but... the Deep Wound is just really, really, really potent. So this is like what finishes things off. In PvE, it's probably hardly used outside of weird gimmick builds because 10 energy is a lot of energy. 15-second recharge is for friggin' ever on an assassin bar. So I'm not sure if any of the like damage values or anything need to change. Again, Deep Wound is really strong, but I would try this at like 5 and 8. 5 energy, 8-second recharge, and see how that felt. I could see this down at 6 as well, but I would strongly consider trying both of those. And again, I'd move this to Dagger Mastery if I didn't say that already. I want to maximize having options in Dagger Mastery. I think Malicious Strike is fine in Critical Strikes, and I think Critical Strike itself makes sense in Critical Strikes, but these. Not sure about Unsuspecting Strike. I might leave that in Critical Strikes. But these 3 right here, Black Lotus Strike, Shattering Assault, and Twisting Fangs, I'd want to try them in Dagger Mastery. I could absolutely see Shattering Assault being something that needs to stay in Critical Strikes. But, anyway. So yeah, I would try this at more aggressive values, see how that feels, and I could see making it a little bit stronger still. Because PvE, like, you're killing your target super fast anyway, so... Okay, Unsuspecting Strike. Yeah, that brings us to this one. This one's too expensive to use. I don't know how many of you have tried using this one, but 10 energy is a lot. So this is a lead attack. If it hits, you strike for some plus damage. If your target was above 90% health, you deal a lot of additional damage. So there's a couple of different directions that I could see going with this one. What I like with this one, I think, as an idea, is I like putting it at 5 energy, and instead of plus 29 damage, if this attack hits, it always results in a critical hit. And then just leave if your target was above 90% health, you deal an additional pile of damage. Like, that's obviously only good at the start. This is balanced for PvP, not PvE. So having Unsuspecting Strike at 2-second recharge at 5 energy, and instead of its initial effect being plus 29 damage, be just this attack results in a critical strike. Just as its base effect. Means that it's always going to refund itself. It's going to be a bit cheaper. And then just go ahead and leave the additional, like, massive plus damage if your target was above a bunch of HP thing, and see how that feels. If that becomes too much, I could see just changing things, but I like the idea of a lead attack that's just an auto crit, and Unsuspecting Strike I think is a good candidate for that. Leave it in Critical Strikes as well. Way of the Assassin. This used to have a very different effect. Is the wiki back so I can look it up? The answer appears to be no. So what the Way of the Assassin is now is it's your increased attack speed stance that also gives a bunch of Critical Strike. What? I forget what its previous effect was. This is one of those skills that I don't know if it's too good or not. or like what sort of effect should be here, if something else should be here. I mean, this is one of the skills that I look at and I'm like, this is fine, but underwhelming. The plus critical hit chance is really strong. What I could see doing with this... I could see... Well, what I'm thinking is I could see basically like the front half critical agility, where it's like, oh, this is a short-lived stance that gives you increased attack speed and refreshes itself whenever you land a critical hit, rather than giving you plus critical hit chance. But I really want to look up the previous version, and I'm being foiled by the wiki being down. I don't know, this is a skill that I'm kind of like inclined to just kind of leave as is, but I don't know. I don't tend to use it that much, so I'm not quite sure how it fits into some of the assassin like meta and whatnot. The enormous additional chance to land critical hits is definitely worth taking note of. And I feel like there's potentially some sort of other effect here that could be a bit more interesting. What does this icon look like? I don't know, just some person with dramatic lines around them. I don't know how feasible it would be to do something like this, but if it was like gave you increased attack speed immediately following a shadow step for a few seconds, that would be really interesting as well. Just trying to think through different possibilities. Again, I don't necessarily feel like this. I would change this skill, but if I felt like it needed to change for some other reason, I don't know. I'd just probably leave it as is for the time being. If I were balancing things, I don't know enough about like where its places in the meta in general, and like I said, I tend to not use it as much. The other thing though that I will note about it is if Assassin had more useful stances, it suddenly challenges this skill's place. So Way of the Master, I like the skill. I think this is a cool idea. I wouldn't do anything to it because I like having this be a thing that explicitly helps the assassin do its thing with non-daggers, and I think that's neat. Okay, so that brings us to Dagger Mastery. Again, there's not a whole lot of raw change to effect here, so that I would do to quite a few of these skills just because the name kind of dictates the effect. That said, Black Mantis Thrust could probably be a 4-second recharge in PvE. I don't know if how much other things would need to change with it, but a 4-second recharge feels good on it for a couple of different reasons. So I'd probably do that and see where things kind of sit. I don't know if it needs more of other things because, again, when you're changing the paradigm, it's a little hard to know where things kind of rest. Black Spider Strike. Okay, so this is one of those cool ones where it's like, oh, this must strike a hexed foe. That's its requirement. It strikes for some plus damage and poisons your foe. This one I would absolutely drop to like 5 energy with a 6-second recharge and probably bump up the damage to closer to like plus 20 damage at 12 Dagger Mastery. And just see how it feels when it's there. Like, this skill is really hard to use because it's 10 energy, which is very expensive. And the thing is, you're having to figure out where you're getting a hex from, so that's enough of a requirement that I want this to be a bit easier to use. So, Blades of Steel. The problem with Assassin stances is, in general, even good one in Flashing Blades, all of them have to compete with enchantments that have better efficiency or way they function. Yeah, I can definitely see that being the case. I can absolutely see that being the case, where, like, why would I bother to bring an elite stance when I have, like, the elite Flashing Blades when I have critical defenses lying around? Blades of Steel, this is a kind of a neat reward. Must follow an offhand attack. If it hits, his attack strikes for plus damage for each recharging dagger attack. The spot that I sit with this one, though, is while it's a neat reward for trying to have, like, it's a good finisher for a combo chain if you have a longer chain. If things are recharging faster in general and things like that, it becomes a lot less exciting. Once you start fighting level 24 plus warriors and prophecies or any level 20 plus area where every group has wild strike, wild blow, or wild throw on every... Yeah, no, I get you. Like, it's like when I was talking about the Elementalist, and it's like, one of the things that I have as a problem with playing Elementalist is that there's just so much proliferation of strip enchantment and chillblains, and to the degree where it's like you can't really stop all of them with interrupts. Maybe if you get a really good panic off, you can stop them. But like, oh, you're walking the Crystal Desert, and every single friggin' scarab you're running across is friggin' loaded with chillblains, and you cannot like stack enough to be able to keep your attunements up, and your energy just sucks. And it's just like, yeah, in areas where it's like, oh, and this enemy, like, oh, you're fighting Jade, I guess you're just gonna get wild blowed then. So Blades of Steel, so again, this is a really cool like finisher for a long combo chain, but that's just not amazing in PvE, so I would actually kind of want this to be something different. Let's come in. Anti-enchantment is Virata's Touch. I'm unfamiliar with Virata's Touch. Is that like a passive effect or something? So this is a prime candidate for changing to a different effect. There's Plague Touch, which transfers... here, let me just toss on Elias. I don't even know what Elias is going on right now. So, curses. There's Corrupt Enchantment. There's Chillblains, which is the 2 enchantment loss in the area, so it's biggest, like one of the bigger AoE sizes. Strip Enchantment removes 2 at high enough blood magic. Chillblains is the one that I feel like I see a ton of. There isn't a touch spell that I'm aware of named Virata's Touch. The Virata's spells that I know of are Virata's Aura, Virata's Gaze, and Virata's Sacrifice. So I'm not sure what skill you're thinking of specifically. As far as I'm aware, there's not a touch range Necromancer skill that gets rid of enchantments. There's a couple that the Assassin has. So I'm not sure what skill you're thinking of offhand. Where was I? Yeah, Blades of Steel. The thing is, this name is really generic, so it could kind of apply to just about anything. I feel like Blades of Steel actually is a really good candidate for just having a really good plus damage and no other sort of effects at like a 4-second recharge or something. So like, this should probably have the highest raw plus damage. Don't mess around with this finicky thing. Like, what is it actually right now? Let's see. This is like plus 42 with, I don't know if it counts itself or not. But it's basically wants you to have 4 recharging skills. This is one of those things where like I'm actually being startlingly crippled by having the wiki be down. Also, I want to point out that it's substantially past noon Pacific time, and it still doesn't appear to be up. So, Yay. I mean, I could go back to the Great Temple of Balthazar and test if Blades of Steel counts itself or not. But yeah, I think I would just change this to just, like, just raw plus damage and put it at, like, a 4-second recharge and not deal with this complicated malarkey and just have it be, okay, you want just raw plus damage, this is your dual attack. But it's, like, single target, just raw plus damage. Death Blossom, I definitely feel like its single target damage could go substantially, or should go substantially lower. And it should have a higher recharge. I feel like 4 seconds is probably fine. I think also the adjacent foes damage could be dropped a bit as well. It definitely should not be as good at single target damage as it is. I'm not sure what would be appropriately lower. The other thing about Death Blossom that I could also see is rather than having plus damage and doing adjacent foe damage like that, I could also see putting this at more of this attack strikes all adjacent foes area, kind of like Cyclone Axe or Whirlwind Attack or whatever, where, because right now this just does an armor ignoring 40 damage pulse to foes around it, which is good in the sense that it's armor ignoring. If it was something where it actually struck those foes, yeah, you'd be able to potentially gain a lot more energy off of it from getting more critical hits. But it also would have that damage mitigated by armor. And you're suddenly, like, playing with more stuff. I feel like 5 energy... Yeah. It would transfer... like, if you have a Conjure on you or Strength of Honor, that would be, like, additional plus damage, but if you have Empathy, it also wrecks you way harder. I feel like I would want to... I feel like trying Death Blossom at, like, no plus damage, just, like, 5 energy, 4-second recharge, must follow an offhand attack, and attacks all adjacent foes. Like, no plus damage, just to see how that works as a baseline. It may be something where that's kind of a... Right now it doesn't. That is correct. But if it struck all adjacent foes, it would. So what I'm talking about is, like, changing it to, like, a Whirlwind Attack that... Or basically what I'm talking about is making it kind of like 100 Blades used to be, for those who remember that. Like, as Death Blossom currently is, it is obscenely overpowered. I agree. It is disgustingly, ridiculously overpowered. And so what I'm saying is, like, if it was like the old 100 Blades, where it was just strike all adjacent foes twice, it effectively being what it did, that would still be extremely strong. I think that might be a 10 energy 4-second recharge skill, just because of the amount of energy you could regain off of critical strikes. As kind of like a place where I would try it. That change would mean that you would proc Empathy for every foe that you hit. Yeah, I'm not sure how much plus damage it should have on something like that. I could see having it have, like, plus 20 damage at 12 Dagger Mastery at halved. But yeah, that's like a starting point where, like, I would tweak the numbers from there, because, like, that, like, again, it potentially has a lot of energy return depending upon how many critical hits you're getting off of that. But yeah, I like it better at more of, like, basically an original 100 Blades location, like, area, and just kind of play with it from there. Desperate Strike is such a cool idea. If you have less than some amount of health, you deal a bunch of plus damage. It's also kind of an awkward skill. I feel like this is one that the first thing I would want to try is how appealing is this at a 3-second recharge? I don't know. Maybe even a quickened attack time. like 5 energy, half second attack time, 3-second recharge. Lead attack if you have less than a certain amount of... The other thing that I could see doing is I could see putting it 3-second recharge and like giving it part of its damage regardless. Like if this was lead attack strikes for plus like 12. If you have less than 74%, excuse me, 4% health like it is at 12 Dagger Mastery, it deals an additional like plus, I don't know, 39 damage or something like that. At like 5 energy, half second activation time, 3-second recharge, and just like try that. I don't mind something like that, where like the strength of the skill is kind of more of its stats, and if you're getting the additional bonus damage from being on low HP, cool. That'd definitely be really good with some of the solo builds as well that use Shroud of Distress to stay alive and things like that. I think that's kind of a neat place for it. Disrupting Stab. This doesn't have a quick activation time on it, and that's just real feel bad. I don't know how much I would want to use this if it had a quick activation time, but it certainly wouldn't hurt. I think I would try this at because I don't tend to use this one. Let's see. Disrupting. This is one of those ones where I think disrupting skills in general, like when I think of disrupting lunge, yeah, that has increased disable. Hang on, I want to do some research. And the wiki's down, so I can't do it as easily. This is distracting, not disrupting. So distracting shot has the... well, it'll be the half-second activation where the attack comes out a quarter-second. But yeah, it needs a quickened attack speed. We are on the same page in that regard. This is disrupting, and this is just plus damage. I think I would change it, disrupting stab from having the disable to like 5 energy, quarter-second activation time. I don't know about the 10-second recharge. That's something that I would want to try it at 8, but it probably would be a little strong. But lead attack, if this attack hits, it interrupts target's foe's action. If that action was a spell, or maybe it was a skill, I don't know. But if it was a spell, this attack deals plus damage, kind of like Savage Shot. Deals plus damage on interrupt. I would go that direction with it. Rather than the disable. I think that would be more useful in PvE in general. So I would try that. Exhausting Assault. This is a really cool idea that they unfortunately kind of... So when they changed Exhaustion to Overcast, the skill lost some of its flair and flavor. Must follow lead attack. Target foe's action is interrupted. If that action was casting a spell, they suffer from some overcast instead of that target foe suffers exhaustion. Like, it was so much better when it was called Exhaustion and then Exhausting Assault lined up with Inflicting Exhaustion. That was just such a cool idea. 12 seconds CD and make it lock the entire school affected. I don't want this to be melee range power block personally, but I guess it depends upon how long it lasted. That's definitely a direction to go with it. Regardless, it needs to have that half-second activation time to get the interrupt out in a quarter-second, because full attack time is just too long. Especially with the fact that Assassin's increased attack speed is wonky. 1/4 skill rank duration lockout. I personally like plus damage on it better, but hey, it'd be interesting to try both. I assume you're still talking about Disrupting Stab. But yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm really disappointed about the fact that changing Exhaustion to Overcast means that this skill loses, like, the sweet naming thing that I had going on. I could see this kind of following in the vein of I don't know how you do it though. Kind of following in the vein of oh, it's a Paragon skill. Hang on. Where's Spear Mastery? Where is Spear Mastery? Hang on, I've lost Spear Mastery. Oh, it's after Soul Reaping. Exactly where you'd expect it to be. I could see it being kind of in the vein of Wearing Spear, except the fact is that this is a dual attack, and so that'd really nerf the second hit. I don't know. Like, I feel like Exhausting Assault is not a skill that I tend to use super often because it's a really awkward to try to interrupt things on a dual attack. Yeah, it just has to follow a lead, but what lead are you using to get there? Jagged Strike? Yeah, okay, so it works half okay on Jagged Strike, but it still just takes a while to get there. I have no idea on that front, but yeah, you might be right. Spear damage feels okay on warriors, but but I would want Exhausting Assault. Like, the idea of a dual attack that comes immediately after a lead attack is really, really cool. Oh, you know what would actually be interesting? If this blacked out your attack skills when you used it. So it's like, okay, this is a dual attack that has, like, I don't know what stats you'd put on it, but if it was like, oh, you can do this, but it's going to make your other attacks take a little bit longer to recharge. That'd be an interesting direction to go. That wouldn't have the problem that trying to go with a Weary Spear direction. Because, like, the thing with Exhausting Assault is that like I was basically saying, the properties of the dual attack apply on each hit. So having this be something where it would apply weakness to you to kind of get that direction wouldn't work super well. I could see something where, I don't know. What other, do we have any other, hang on. I'm suddenly wanting to see if we have anything else called Assault. We have Assault enchantments, but I want to see if there's any sort of scheme. A lot of strikes. We have Shattering Assault. That doesn't really help much, though. And we have Empiric Assault over here. Oh, man. The name thing makes it so hard for me to, like, want to do stuff to this. From the standpoint that, like, what if it knocked down weakened foes? Oh, wait, it doesn't have Ox in the name. It's not, like, Exhausting Ox or something like that. I could also see this as an energy denial skill. So, like, man, look at this rat icon, too. Somebody, like, all curled over and stuff. I kind of like the idea of Exhausting Assault being something that like more directly attacked energy. How strong would that need to be to make it feel like it was a good skill in PvE? Because I could see this. I don't know if you'd want to change it to needing to follow an offhand attack at that point, or exactly what some of the other properties would be. But I kind of like the idea of playing around with this in an area where it made the target lose energy. I could also see something that would be like, what if it was an attack that could make the target lose adrenaline? I don't know, I'm just kind of spitballing a couple of different ideas here because this skill as is doesn't really feel like it has a great place. But I feel like I'm not really landing on a whole lot of anything. The thing that's kind of most interesting to do with it is use it to jump to Mobius from a lead. Go like lead exhausting Mobius something, but that's just being convoluted for the sake of convolution, it feels like at that point. Its own universal resource. I mean, you could make it something like technical points. The problem with making it a separate, basically like energy that starts at 0 that you gain whenever you hit foes and take damage, effectively, is that it means adrenaline skills don't flow into each other. So using an adrenaline attack, hitting, getting the strike back, so that way you can use your next adrenaline attack. Like that, like flow and spike sort of way is a different sort of, like, is a playstyle that you would lose if you went to adrenaline is just like a separate meter that you fill up that you take chunks out of when you use your adrenaline skills. And that sort of change makes it play kind of almost like a reverse energy rather than the way that it currently does. Not that that's not necessarily a way that you could build something. You certainly can. A lot of like the way TP works in RPG Maker by default basically is what you're talking about, for those who understand that connection. So it's definitely a thing that you could do. I think it would be less unique and a little bit less interesting personally, but what would be your main reason for wanting to do something like that? I like following Lotus Strike and following Spider Strike just fine, as an aside. Man, I really want something a little bit more interesting to do with Exhausting Assault. I do like the idea of this being an energy denial. I could also see this being like the foe loses energy, if they have no energy, they take plus damage on Exhausting Assault. I don't know. I like something in that direction. I'm not quite sure what exactly I would go with it to try. Again, the reason why I'd want to change something is because this is not a skill that feels particularly useful in PvE to me as it currently sits. So something else, actually, you know, would be really interesting now that I think about it, is if this couldn't result in critical hits. It allows skills to be designed that... So, talking about adrenaline, if adrenaline was a separate resource instead of one that was built up for each adrenaline skill, it would allow skills to be designed that sequence better across each other and interact more holistically. Can you give an example of the sort of thing that you're talking about? It's just that way I can understand what you're saying better. Like, what sort of thing would you specifically want to try to accomplish with it? Or what's an example of the sort of thing you'd want to do with that sort of change? Yeah, I kind of like the idea of Exhausting Assault. Okay, dual attack, must follow lead attack. Has some decent plus damage on it. Not quite sure on the recharge, but this attack cannot result in critical strikes. I think that would be an interesting, different place to play with something where it's like, okay, you can get plus damage and whatnot, and skip offhand, but this can't crit. I kind of like that as an idea of something to try with Exhausting Assault. That feels like a an interesting downside to like having a skill that skips the maybe put this one at like the 3-second recharge. So this is like your quick recharging one, 1/2-second activation time, sure, but then and it follows the lead attack, deals some decentish plus damage. I'm not quite sure exactly where. I'm thinking like Untitled Strike damage, like plus 35. I'm not sure, but unable to be a critical strike. That I think that's a spot that I would try Exhausting Assault to see how that feels. And the archetypical sword rotation, sever artery gash, final thrust just doesn't work. Whereas the only one where you actually loop adrenaline skills is using critical chop plus the factions version, plus whirling axe. So you're talking about like penetrating blow, penetrating chop, I assume, or because critical chop is this one right here. Let's see. Yeah, critical chop is an energy skill. So I assume you're talking about penetrating blow, penetrating chop, whirling axe at 554. Yeah, I mean, part of it is that a lot of the adrenaline costs are kind of built sequentially rather than like sever arteries at 4, this is at 6, and then this is at 10. So they're built sequentially rather than at the same value. If they're built at the same value, then you'd go that one, then that one, then that, then the next one. And part of it too is Final Thrust is just extremely expensive for PvE, so building up to it's really, really hard in any sort of meaningful way. I could see wanting to change adrenaline from that standpoint. I definitely feel like the adrenaline system is built a bit more around PvP than PvE in that regard, now that I think about it some. Okay, these two I think are fine. Flashing Blades I think is fine. I like Flashing Blades. Fox Fangs, I feel like... I mean, yeah, because you can't use it frequently enough. That's the problem, is like Final Thrust is extremely costly. I forget what I suggested doing to it in the Warrior video, so if anybody wants to hunt that down, they're welcome to. They're in a playlist together. I should probably be linking that playlist in all of these. I might go through them and put it in the cards now that I think about it. I mean, I'd use a Final Thrust that dealt 1,000 damage. You wouldn't be able to do it often, but every now and then it's just like, that target's dead. I feel like Fox Fangs is like one of those skills that I'm looking at and like, this is maybe a little bit too much, but I'm not quite sure what the too much part is. And I think part of it that's difficult is it kind of... It's just the fastest recharging offhand attack with like good properties, so I don't know if it itself is too strong or if all of the other dagger attacks are just a little bit too weak. But I feel like there's something a little bit too good about Fox Fangs. I could see decreasing its plus damage and removing its quick activation, and leaving it at 3 seconds. But like Assassin is like... Dagger Mastery wants to have like 50 skills in it. Is really what it kind of comes down to. Is like the Assassin as a profession wants more options, so that way it can build more elaborate and interesting skill chains. Because the thing is, you want like a couple of different options at like each recharge point. So like you want a couple of options for lead attacks that have low recharges and medium recharges, right? Yeah, it's too powerful not because it's out of line, but because there's legitimately either a bug or error between its tooltip and cast time cooldown. I don't think there is. Default. It's not the default attacks at 50% faster cast speed than depicted. Yeah, well, because it's it's this weird inconsistency where spells have an aftercast to account for the animation where you go from casting your spell to stopping. So like all spell cast times are like, I forget if aftercast is like 3/4 second, but something like that. Like there's a little bit of a window there where there's the animation of like finishing the cast animation. So cast times on spells do not account for that aftercast delay, is what it gets called, I think. And so they're like, this is the point at which the casting animation finishes and the spell gets off. Like that's so like if we look at Disrupting Dagger, this says quarter second, right? So the spell finishes casting at 1/4 second, and then you go into aftercast, and so your character animation does that and kind of like locks you in place. With attack skills, the activation time on them is for the full attack animation, and the attack actually comes out halfway through. So that's why like a half-second activation time on an attack means that the attack comes out at 1/4 second, because the attack animation is played over the course of that half-second, and that includes wind up, hit, which occurs at the 50% mark, and then wind down. So the like lag frames or whatever you'd call them in a fighting game, I forget. I'm not super up on my fighting game language, but like you have your lead up for the first half, and then your wind down for the second half of the animation. So that's why that's the case. I'm not sure on like Fox Fang specifically what you're talking about. But that's why the weird thing with the attacks coming out at the 50% of the way through the activation time as opposed to spells. Is that weird stuff? Is the wiki back up yet? Just as a random aside. Nope, it is not. I don't know. This is one of those ones where I would want to set up the... That's fair. That's fair. Like, I could believe that there's something weirdly bugged with it. I just wouldn't... I've just not noticed anything personally. This is one of those skills where, like, any sort of weird, like, bugs or glitches notwithstanding, I do not know if I'd want to change this or not unless until I was able to, like, test other changes to see how it fit into a new paradigm. Does that make sense? Like, when you're doing a huge substantial swath of changes like I've been proposing with any of these theoretical reworks, what you've fundamentally done is shifted enough things enough that you've created a substantially different enough environment that it's hard to understand where the pieces are going to fit in a theoretical sense, and you need to spend time within that new framework to figure out how everything kind of fits together. I don't... Like, where Fox Fangs is in the current paradigm is sort of the default offhand attack because of just the way that the cooldowns and everything are positioned. So I'd need to be able to have the full bed of a new environment to actually be building bars with and then that sort of thing to be able to determine whether or not, like, where Fox Fangs fit into that and whether or not it needed to be changed to kind of fit into it better. Does that make sense? But, like, as things are, it's just not, like, a thing. That I have enough conceptual power to be able to evaluate. Because there's just, for one thing, we're like a little over a third of the way through, okay, like 40% of the way through dagger attacks or whatever. So it's like, I don't really know. Fox's Promise. So this is an odd one. This is a so this is an enchantment that makes it so that way your dagger attacks cannot be blocked. It sounds like this is either referring specifically to... I don't know if this is dagger attack skills only or if it's all attacks with daggers. It sounds kind of like it could be either. And I remember when I looked at it the other day on the wiki, it was not elucidating either. Is there a Master of Blocking that I can test that out on? To find out if how Fox's Promise works? Regardless, this is one of those ones that I feel like I definitely want to have be a bit different. I'm not 100% sure if it belongs in Dagger Mastery or not either, but... Fox's Promise. This is such a weird name. Like, the fact that it makes your attacks unblockable is great with the name. Like, Fox is unblockability with dagger attacks, and that's cool. So I guess the fox is promising to have your attacks not miss. The master of defense is definitely spamming block skills. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'd expect. Check the concise. Yeah, I think I remember... I generally find the concise is less clear. Whereas concise descriptions. But I often do... Like, they sometimes are helpful. Your dagger attacks are unblockable. Ends the next time you fail to hit. Yeah, that's not any clearer to me if it's talking about attacking with daggers or using dagger attack skills. You know what? Let's just go find out. I'm going to go swap to an assassin because that'll be easier. I want to do some research. I want to know how this one works. Master of Defense. Okay, we'll go look for him. Let's not use skills that are straight up unblockable, shall we? And Fox's Promise, cool. This is actually, you know what? I probably don't have power attack on this character. Club of 1,000 Bears is a generic melee attack, though. Yeah, I'm going to slot that on. I'm just putting on, actually, you know what? Symbolic Strike. Could theoretically also work for this. Or... Yeah, you know what? Power attack is plus 10 damage. I can definitely check that. So what I want to check is like a couple of different things. I have no idea where the Master of Defense is. I don't know why I'm suddenly like, oh, Assassin, I want to do a bunch of testing of different skills. But here we are. I do. There's the Master of Healing. Does the UMAP tell me? Why does the UMAP not tell you where masters are? Would that be too convenient? I look it up on the wiki, except as we've established, the wiki is currently down at the moment. There's Master of Hexes, Master of Healing, Master of Resurrection. I mean, sure, we'll go with that. Master of Axes. Well, that's generic. Hammers. Lightning. Why are you guys so spread out? Oh, Master of Resurrections are if you die to the other masters, aren't they? Why is this place so big and so spread out? Okay, makes you miss. Master of Energy Denial. Master of Survival. So what? Master of Survival just runs around the area trying to not be hit, I guess? Too bad for them. I keep getting this increased increased move speed buff dropped on me. Okay, hang on. It's not over here. I legitimately do not know where the Master of Defenses is, so, there's a Master of Spirits over there. Hexes, healing. I mean, it gives my voice a chance to rest. That's not bad. Yeah, Master of Spirits, that's not going to be defenses. You're not using defenses, are you? You just heal, right? I assume. You're Master of Damage. Yeah, that makes it harder to test stuff. Do you happen to know where Master of Defenses is offhand? I know all the conditions are down that way. Oh, there's the student of... Oh, no, wait. That's students of conditions. That's not... Not what I'm looking for. I don't know why some of them are enemies and some of them are allies, though. Master of Bows. Yeah, the bows are all up that way. A couple guards of the Isles. Oh, there's the Master of Blocking. Okay, that's who I need. Now, how do I get to you? What is in the last place you look, you know? You guys aren't going to attack me, are you? No? Okay, good. Do you become aggressive when I get over here? How does this work? This is literally about body blocking. Not blocking. Okay, cool. That guy got out of the way. Look, I just want somebody to... I just want to know if it makes all of my things unblockable or just the one. Ugh. And it might actually be in the PvP-only quests. Yeah, you might be right. The ones that try to teach you how to do stuff. Maybe the Master of Survival is sufficient to try to test this out. Are there any enemies that are known for... Hang on, actually that's not a bad idea. Oh wait, no, that's a terrible idea. That doesn't work at all. No, I need something... Okay, Jade Armor, use Whirling Defense. No, there should be somewhere out here in the Isles. Oh, you know what? Whatever. This is not the most efficient use of time. Let's just go ahead and go back to... Yeah, they... Raptors use critical defenses, and Amphi use flashing blades. Regardless, I feel like Fox's Promise is a little bit underwhelming, just from the standpoint of a Surin scan existing. Frankly. It has the benefit of being on you instead of on your target. But... I feel like I want this to be setting up... Okay, so here's the thing. Is like, Assassin's Promise sets up a condition. Once you fulfill that condition, which is killing your target, it rewards you with a thing. I want Fox's Promise to do a similar pattern where it's like setting up something that then, like, once you fulfill that condition, it rewards you for doing it. Surin scan is a real mixed bag. I understand exactly what you're talking about. For those who don't know, Surin scan's original version just raw increased your damage. Or I'm not sure if it was your damage or the damage on the target or what exactly. I think it got changed because it was allowing people to stack damage way too high compared to what ArenaNet wanted. Hello. Good to see you, Mana Guy. We're going slowly because I'm talking too much about other random stuff. But yeah, anyway, I want Fox's Promise to, like, feel like it sets up something that when I complete it, I'm rewarded for it. And I'm not entirely sure what I would want that to be. Because this feels like the promise of hitting. So I feel like I want this to be something like do a thing Like, after X dagger attacks, this ends and you gain something. Heck, you could even have it be like elite enchantment spell. After X attacks, where X is a number that decreases with your attributes, it ends and like a thing happens. Like your dagger attacks are recharged, or you gain energy or something. I'm not quite sure what. Like it ends and you get that. It ends prematurely if you fail to hit with an attack. And that, like, without doing its effect. That's kind of what I want it to do, something in that general vein. I'm not sure what would be a good reward for that. I feel like I could see moving it to, like, Shadow Arts or something. Yeah, right over here. Anya Shroud. In the guild with a tag pure. But you get what I'm saying, where it's like, this feels like it wants to reward you for fulfilling a promise. My inclination would be to make it something kind of like Assassin's Promise, but in that regard. But I'm not sure exactly what the reward should be. But I like that general like framework where it's like you enchant yourself, it ends after a certain number of attacks are used. And when it ends that way, it gives you the reward. And if it ends exactly, man, exactly. And if it ends on missing. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I think I would move this to Shadow Arts. Probably give it like a shorter cast time. And yeah, do that sort of model where it gives you health and energy. If it ends after hitting with attacks, and maybe like recharge your attack skills. Not all skills, just your attack skills. But if any of your attacks fail to hit, then it ends prematurely without giving you its benefit. I think that's... And like, I'd probably just give it indefinite duration. Like, it lasts for your next X attacks. I'm not quite sure where to start that off at. Maybe at 10, and at High Shadow Arts get down to like 5. That's an interesting direction as well. Like, each time you hit with an attack, you get, like, +1 pip of... or, like, you have +1 energy and health regeneration for each time you strike a foe, or each time you've struck a foe. But you also get a chance to miss, and it ends early when you fail to hit. That's definitely another interesting direction that you could go with it. I personally kind of like the payoff package reward, just because it feels like it's in line with Assassin's Promise. And it feels more like you're promising to do something, and if you fulfill that promise, then you get that reward, as opposed to... And if you fail that promise, then, like, where the promise is, I promise to hit you with every attack, or I promise to hit with every attack, right? And if you succeed at that promise, you get a thing for doing so. But if you fail that promise, then it kind of ends. But your direction that you're suggesting there is also interesting. I feel like it would be a bit wonky, but to set up, but is definitely also interesting. Yeah, I think I like the direction of moving it to Shadow Arts and doing the thing that I was talking about. And I'm not quite sure where the numbers would need to kind of sit to make it play right. I would definitely be balancing it under the idea that you're hitting with most attacks, though, so like the rewards kind of need to be calibrated around that. The idea of it being something that you bring that can like refresh your attack chain is kind of cool, but yeah, there's some amount of that. I could also see something like each attack does increased damage, but you also get more of a chance to miss rather than plus regeneration. And then ending early if you fail to hit. I definitely like the ends early if you fail to hit. Or like this enchantment ends the next time you fail to hit. That seems like a really good clause for this. But yeah. Golden Fang Strike. This one strikes me as generally okay. Deep Wound is a pretty strong condition. Like, I don't tend to use this one as much just because I think I underestimate Deep Wound in PvE. I think it's still pretty strong there. This is less attractive as a spam skill, though. I will state that. I don't mind the idea, following in the line of Twisting Fangs, of this inflicting both Deep Wound and bleeding. I think that would be fine. So I would consider adding bleed to this as well for the same sort of duration. Just to kind of line it up with Twisting Fangs a little bit more. Yeah, it is limited to only 100 HP, but the first time you apply it to something, that's still a big chunk of health that it drops off of it. It's good as part of a spike because of the fact that HP is taken off of the bottom instead of the top. What I mean by that, by the way, this is an important sort of distinction. When something's taken off of the bottom, that means it takes a present value, or at least when I'm using these terms. I don't know how other people would use these, but that means it's taking a base value with it. So like if you have 300 out of 480 HP and you lose, what's 20% of that? I don't feel like doing the math in my head right now. Like 96 or something? I want to say like 96. But let's just round it to 100 because it makes it clearer. When you lose that 100 HP, it's taken off the bottom, which means that you also are down that 100 HP in health. So you go from 350 down to 250 HP. If it was taken off the top, then it wouldn't actually take any health off because it's dropping you from 480 maximum health to 380 maximum health. And at 350, like that's no different. Like your maximum doesn't matter at that point. So taking it off the bottom is a lot stronger. So yeah, I don't know if there's consistent terminology in the term either. Overcast is a good example of something that takes it off the top, whereas swapping weapon sets for maximum energy takes it off the bottom as well. And like Endure Pain adds health to the bottom rather than to the, like, it doesn't just raw increase your maximum HP, it also gives you HP equal to the amount that's adding, so I consider adding it to the bottom. I just like to make sure I'm defining terms so that people understand what I'm talking about. I feel like Deep Wound is something that's kind of like decently strong, not as strong in PvE as it is in PvP, but I think a little bit stronger than I give it some amount of credit for. I could see this having some raw like plus damage. I kind of like the idea of it basically being half a Twisting Fangs, where like must follow lead attack deals plus 18 damage. I don't know if it should be higher or not, but plus 18 seems like a fine spot. And if you are enchanted, the target foe suffers from a Deep Wound and bleeding for 17 seconds. Something like that feels like a reasonable adjustment to this, because part of it is it's trying to compete against Wild Strike and Fox Fangs at 4-second recharge. And it would be nice if it did that a little bit better. And I certainly would like the conditions off of it if it was giving me more conditions. Golden Fox Strike, I feel like this skill is fine. I like this skill. It deals solid plus damage, and the unblockable if you're under the effects of an enchantment is actually quite valuable in my experience. Golden Lotus Strike, this is another one that I think is basically fine, but I'd want it at 4-second recharge to kind of line up with things better. This 5-second recharge business is just kind of awkward. So I would want that sort of adjustment. Golden Phoenix Strike, if you're not under the effects of enchantment, the skill misses. If it hits, it deals plus damage and all adjacent foes take some damage. I don't think there's anything intrinsic that would... So this is an interesting question. I'd be interested in your opinion, Topat Reforged. Would this skill be less appealing if it lost the all adjacent foes clause but also had less recharge? Like if it was a 4-second recharge and just did the plus damage. Would that be more appealing? Because I feel like I don't care that much about the plus damage or the AoE damage from it. And I kind of think assassins should be like really good at I'm striking this single target rather than AoE, and I feel like Death Blossom is all the AoE it kind of needs. Or like if it's doing AoE stuff, it's doing it with some other things. I would certainly try it at not having the all adjacent foes take 26 damage clause and instead having it be like a 3 or 4 second recharge. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Like it's about using an enchantment to jump you to dual attacks, not about the AoE on it. So I like this at like a 3 or 4 seconds, probably 4 seconds, and not having the AoE. Golden Skull Strike. This is an interesting one in that this is an unconditional offhand attack. It'll always hit. If you're enchanted, then it also inflicts dazed. This, I think, I would like to try this at 5 energy, 8 second recharge. Maybe 12. 15 is too long. 10 energy is too much. Like, it's kind of 10 energy because you're like, instead of spending the cost of the lead attack and an offhand attack, but it's taking up your elite slot. So pop an enchantment on you to do the AoE damage. So the reason why I would be hesitant to do that is because I would like the Aura of Displacement into Phoenix Strike to work, and it eating Aura of Displacement would make it not work. That's why I would not want that personally. Not that I use Aura of Displacement much in PvE, but so yeah, Golden Skull Strike, I feel like I want this to be shorter recharge, less energy. Horns of the Ox. This one I don't tend to use as much as Trampling Ox just because the knockdown feels a little bit less consistent. The damage feels a bit low to me. I don't know. It sounds like you have a bit more experience with it, Topat. So I'd be kind of curious to get your perspective. I personally feel like I want something slightly better about this, and I'm not entirely sure exactly which area. I feel like I'd want the recharge brought down to 8 seconds just to sync up with Trampling Ox, but okay, that's fair. I feel like I want Horns of the Ox to be a little bit more synced up with this one, so I try it at an 8 second recharge. See how it felt there. I could also see just having it always knock down, but like not have plus damage on an 8 second recharge. That'd be strong, but you do have to get up to it. I'm not sure. I feel like I'd want to play around with a couple of different directions with one just to make it feel like a little bit more in line with stuff and a little bit better. There's nothing about the name that intrinsically says, oh, it doesn't work if there's adjacent foes, or like if your foe has any adjacent allies. That's just a balancing mechanic for PvP to allow it to not, or to mean that it doesn't insta-gib people who are standing next to their allies. I think it's more of a balancing mechanic for that. So I feel like I'd want to do some tweaks to the skill to make it a bit stronger in PvE. Jagged Strike, I feel like, is a skill that's fine as is. The biggest issue with Jagged Strike is, frankly, that it just doesn't have much competition for quick recharging lead attacks. And at bare minimum, I'm not quite understand what you mean by that. forking it. To my mind, when I hear fork, I think of the magic cards. So, but like Jagged Strike is one of those skills that to me feels like if it had better competition, and this is where like what I was proposing to Unsuspecting Strike works a little bit better. Oh yeah. No, I'm not caring about PvP balance at all. Like if this needs to be changed for there you go. Different thing of thinking about forking. Like if skills need to change for PvE, then change them for PvE. Like that's cool. But yeah, Jagged Strike is an incredibly underwhelming attack whose strength is in the half-second activation time and the 1-second recharge. So I think if there was some better competition for quick recharging lead attacks, it would probably be better. And I was talking about doing that for both Desperate Strike and Unsuspecting Strike, so I think that would help considerably. Jungle Strike. Offhand attack must follow lead attack. If it hits, this attack strikes for plus 22 damage. If it's foe that is crippled, that foe and all adjacent foes take plus 25 damage. I would be really curious to see how this plays at, like, 4 seconds. Just to kind of find out. I don't know if there's anything else. Yeah, that's the thing, is, like, lead off duel. Like, again, I want stuff to really sync up a lot better than I do. I don't know if Jungle Strike would be fair, or, like where it would fit if it was at 4-second recharge. But, like, rewarding you for specifically playing with crippled, I think, is fine. Assassin does do some crippled, but it's not like... It might encourage players to use it more if this was at like 4-second recharge. I feel like a lot of them, I just want them to all be like at 4-second recharges. But anyway. Leaping Mantis Sting. This one I would change to like 2 or 3-second recharge. Probably 2-second recharge. That's the main thing I do to it. Is like, how does this play at 2 seconds? Because like the conditional crippled is not a huge reward. The damage is somewhat low compared to other lead attacks. Like this hits harder. So putting this at like a 2-second recharge feels like it's probably a good spot for it. So I'd try that. Lotus Strike. I feel like this one I would probably... What I would actually strongly consider doing with this is I would decrease the energy return and the cost. I feel like this is one that's fine to leave at a 12-second recharge and less frequently used, but the 10 energy buy-in is a bit high and clunky. So I'd actually kind of like this at 5 energy with a 12 energy return. That would still be plus 7 net energy at this point, but just like kind of sync it up so that way the energy return rate of like is the same per attribute point, but the drop the energy cost to use it to 5. 12-second recharge is a much bigger consideration with it in general anyway. I feel like Mobius Strike is really cool. I don't know that I would want to change anything about Mobius Strike. The biggest thing about Mobius Strike is the stuff that it has to work with, I think, should be different. So that's kind of where I sit on that. I talked about Blades of Steel being a short recharge, just good raw damage. I feel like Ninetail Strike, I would want to decrease the recharge to about 4 seconds too. I'm not sure if I'd change anything else about it. I'd at least try that first and see where it fits. Again, it's hard to keep the paradigm of everything that I'm suggesting changing in mind. I'm not writing anything down to reference back to, so I just have like nebulous ideas sometimes when we get far enough away from things. And we talked about some of these early skills a long time ago. But Ninetail Strike to me is like, this feels like it could be a fairly standard. So I'd try this at about 4 seconds, see how it feels. Repeating Strike is one of those skills that seems really, really, really cool. I like the idea. It really wants fast activation. Should loop with Critical Strike, not Death Blossom. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing with Mobius Strike is you want to have... If you strike a foe whose health is below 50%, all of your other attack skills are recharged. Like, this skill would actually probably be better if it did not have that clause for the game. Like, if Mobius Strike was just elite offhand attack, 5 energy, 2-second recharge, must follow dual attack. If it hits, it strikes for plus 30 damage, and ended there, you could work it into combo chains. I mean, the biggest thing, yes, like you said, is as it currently sits, the fact that it syncs up so nicely with Death Blossom and allows you to Death Blossom Mobius, Death Blossom Mobius is really, really, really strong. Yeah, well, and part of it is Death Blossom is too good at its job. Like, this is one of the skills that's as good as the dual attack that you're enabling with it. But I don't know. It's one of those things where I need to see how it fit into a modified paradigm, and to see if it is too good. I could see. I could see other modifications to it. I could see bumping up its cooldown. If you strike a foe whose health is below 50%, all of your other attack skills are recharged. Is an interesting line. I could also just see something where Mobius Strike, instead of being an elite offhand attack, if it was just a melee attack skill that must follow a dual attack, so it doesn't like allow you to chain things, and if it just said, if it hits, it deals for plus 30 damage. If Mobius Strike is a critical hit, it recharges all of your other attack skills. That could be an interesting place for it as well. If you need a slightly different thing where it like, hey, it lets you do your chain and then it can cap off with an additional hit on your chain that also has the ability to recharge all of your attack skills. Something like that could be interesting as well. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where Mobius Strike would actually, I think, in the current state of the game, if all you did to it was change Mobius Strike to not have any plus damage, I think it would actually be better, because it's more likely to recharge all of your other dagger attack skills if it's not also adding damage, if it's just helping you to cycle Death Blossom damage. So that way you're killing like your single target slightly slower, so it's more likely to be able to proc the recharge. It's probably would actually be slightly better in a weird sort of thing. At least that's kind of how it feels to me. I could definitely see Repeating Strike having more damage and a quick activation. I'm not quite sure where any of that I'd want it to sit, but yeah, at bare minimum, Repeating Strike needs quick activation. See how that feels. See if damage needs to go up. I'd try that direction with it. Temple Strike, I would take this down to, I don't know if 10 energy is too low or is too much, but probably 10 energy and 12-second recharge. I'd try Temple Strike there first. Well, and part of that is you're waiting for your attack time. So if it was quick, like I'll believe you. I'm just not sure if like how much like once you have quick activation on it, what more does it need is kind of the question mark for me. But yeah, Temple Strike, this is a really strong effect. It's just 20-second recharge and 15 energy is way too much for this thing in PvE. So I'm not quite sure exactly where I'd want it. I think the effect is fine. An elite offhand attack is interesting. I could also... This would also be interesting if it was just a melee attack instead of being part of the dagger chain. I don't object to the idea of Temple Strike just being an elite melee attack if it hits target foes dazed and blinded for 8 seconds. And if they're casting a spell, that foe's interrupted. At like a 12 or 15-second recharge, 10 energy, and put it in Deadly Arts. You'd make Repeating Strike into Baby Mobius. So like an attack that, instead of an offhand that follows an offhand, have it be an offhand that... Oh. So like, like a melee attack that hits once but does whatever your must follow dual attack and performs an attack identical to that previous dual attack. Something like that would be interesting. Like a third strike to your dual attack. That's kind of an interesting idea. I like that idea too. It's probably a little bit more interesting than what repeating strike itself is right now anyway. Trampling Ox, this one I think is generally fine. And Wild Strike I feel the same way about. Okay, let's get into Deadly Arts. Assassin's Promise, I feel like this skill is fine in terms of risk to reward and everything, so I don't necessarily feel like I want to change anything about Assassin's Promise. Augury of Death. The next time damage would drop target foe's health below... Augury of Death. So the next time damage would drop target foe's health below 50%, you inflict a deep wound for 17 seconds and shadow step to that foe. Okay, so there's like several problems with this skill in actual practical terms. The first one is confusing a snot when you just suddenly shadow step out of nowhere. If you're not like specifically just using it on the target that you're trying to target, the target you're currently attacking. If you use it on the target you're currently attacking, then the shadow step is pointless because you're attacking them. And if you use it on a different target to kind of snap you to that target when it's done, it's disorienting. And then as a final problem, it also will interrupt like a combo that you might have on your current target if it is not your current target, and then you have to like start a combo over again. So like Augury of Death is just kind of like weird and doesn't really have a good place. I like it as an interesting sort of hex, but you know what I kind of like it as, actually? I kind of like it as Blood Bond for energy. So... Blood Bond is this effect, right? Whenever an ally hits an enemy hexed with it, that ally gains health, and if that when it dies, adjacent allies are healed. I kind of like the idea of Augury of Death being that, where except it's like single target. So like I don't know what recharges should be, like 8, 10 second recharge, something like that. Again, part of the reason for thinking 8 is like lining it up with potential combo stuff, but something like an 8 to 10 second recharge, 5 energy, 1 second cast time, probably closer to like 15 second duration at 12 Deadly Arts. Not quite sure on that. But whenever an ally strikes hexed foe, they gain 1 energy. I don't know if it should be strikes in melee or just strikes that foe. They gain 1 energy. That should probably be 0 if you're like below 8 Deadly Arts, so 8 being the break point for going up to 1 energy off of that, and probably like maybe 2 at 16 Deadly Arts sort of thing. And then when that foe dies, allies adjacent to that foe gain like a few energy. Something like that feels like it would be a better place to me. And I'd consider using something like that. That like, oh, I can hex this foe, and while they're hexed, like that's suddenly energy management for me, and potentially others on my party. That to me is a more interesting place for it. Crippling Dagger. If it hits, let's see. Send a Crippling Dagger at target foe. Crippling Dagger strikes for 51 earth damage. If it hits, it cripples moving foes for 13 damage. I would change Crippling Dagger to always inflict cripple, not just have the moving requirements. So if it strikes, or it strikes for some earth damage if it hits, and cripples, and inflicts crippled for 13 seconds. Have normal range is fine, but I'd want Crippling Dagger to consistently inflict the crippled, not conditionally. Dancing Daggers, this is an interesting lead attack. I would try this at a 3-second recharge and see how that plays. Because, like, I'm not generally going here for my lead attacks, but this is an option of an unblockable lead. But the 5-second recharge is really clunky. Dark Prison. For PvE, I feel like this one I would try at... So in PvE in general, I feel like you can use that enemy targeting Shadow Steps can be more aggressively statted. Melee suffers a lot in PvE from run time, where running to engage in that initial beginning of the conflict, like, because of the way that conflicts work in it, ranged characters just have a huge edge, because you have this period of time where the melee has to get into melee range to hit, whereas casters are at caster range. Rangers can be even further than that if they really want to be. And, like, even Paragons have some distance, like, don't have as much distance they have to close before they can start attacking. So melee, and then as things are running around, I should use this hand because this hand's framed in the camera better. But enemies running around means that your melee attacks hit somewhat less often as well. So I personally feel like Shadow Steps can be a lot more aggressive in PvE than they are for the most part. I would have some caveats, of course. Something like Death's Charge I don't think should be super aggressive because of the health gain. But Dark Prison, on the other hand, I think can be more aggressive. So in PvE, I would want Dark Prison to be 5 energy because I don't think it needs to be 10. The Snare is good in PvE, don't get me wrong, and the Hex is really useful, but it's nowhere near as potent as it is in PvP. And so if these are all balanced around PvP, then they're going to be a little bit underpowered for PvE, which works under a different paradigm, as I said. So I feel like I would want to try this at 5 energy with a 15-second recharge. That sounds really aggressive to me, but I'd want to try it there and just see how it plays and how it feels. So I would be a lot more aggressive with these and just kind of see where it's at and try that. So Deadly Paradox. I know this one's used in some farming builds. The fundamental question that I have is, how important would it be for me to try to maintain the ability of people being able to maintain shadow form? This is an odd question philosophically, because let's step back for a moment and just talk about farming. I personally have no problem with farming. I think it's an important part of, like, the environment. ArenaNet's always tried to keep a very close eye on farming and how it works for a couple of really significant reasons. One is because, like, the way MMOs work, you want players to be able to, like, engage in the economy, and people being able to easily farm lots of resources devalues things in the economy, and it kind of skews stuff. So this is part of why globs of ectoplasm and arm braces of truth are, and Z keys to an extent, are secondary currencies, or black dyes in pre-searing. And it's because there's a limited amount of gold that you can use in trades. And so these items function as proxies for that. So you get an item-based economy at the higher end. It also means that, like, 15k armor becomes more affordable if players have the ability to farm up a lot of gold. I don't think gold's that hard to come by in this game anyway, even if you're just playing it like I tend to, which is a more casual style. I don't tend to do a lot of aggressive farming or Domain of Anguish speed clears or anything like that can have large, like, economic returns. It's really weird too. Like, DOA farming gets you a lot of player economic wealth, but not necessarily game economic wealth, if that makes sense. Like, you have to convert it through players into gold that you can actually spend on merchants or armor smiths. But not that that's a huge deal. But, like, in my mind, players being able to farm efficiently isn't a bad thing, but I can understand where ArenaNet is like, we have a problem with that. Also, real money trading is something that they need to clamp down on, and one way that they can do that is to try to make it harder to farm. Now, my personal feeling tends to skew a little bit more towards balancing for single-player games. Trying to balance an MMO economy is a really difficult task. So, like, I don't necessarily think that poorly of ArenaNet for attempting to, like, do things to address especially the easiest bot farms, where people can just set up bots to go do the runs. There was so much of that in Augury Rock back in the day when Griffin farming was still a thing. Like, I distinctly remember just seeing loads of 55 monks spilling out of Augury Rock into Prophet's Path to go farm the Griffins. Back before they added the Kefket Marrow Feast, or whatever her name is, the Scarab boss there that has a green that can drop. And all the traps and everything that can kind of push through 55ing to an extent, and so on and so forth. Like, and I think that influenced them to have a lot more anti-enchantment stuff around as well, just to try to clamp down on enchantment-based farming, like 55ing is. Like, 55ing relies on enchantment to work, right? Or set of enchantments. So, like, I'm personally, like, in terms of the way that I think about game design, I tend to think about it more in a single-player space, and I don't want players to have to waste time trying to acquire basic things that they need to be able to play the game. But MMO level content tends to be about farms. Like, that's what grinding raids is, or like grinding dungeons, or doing Domain of Anguish speed clears. And different players have different things that they want from it. So if farming becomes too easy, it can potentially be a negative for some players' experiences, I suspect. Because it means that they don't have the thing to work towards for as long, and if they're enjoying working towards it, then that's great. There's of course a lot that goes into sort of this farming and everything like that, but just to kind of circle back to where I'm at, if I were put in charge of this game and I were taking into consideration sort of all of the angles, the main use that I understand, as I understand it, for Deadly Paradox is to have a 33% faster recharge on Shadow Form to make it easier to maintain. That to me is, like, I don't even like this implementation of Shadow Form, frankly. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of, like, what should farming actually look like, and how does it fit? And this is the thing, is, like, I don't necessarily have the best handle on balancing a multiplayer economy. Like, from a single-player game standpoint, like, and this is one of those things, too, where, like, part of the reason why wealth, like, the way the economy works in the real world is we have a bunch of consumable resources that we need. And so we have things like food that we have to continually acquire in order to be able to feed ourselves. That food goes, I mean, it gets converted into various substances within our bodies, but it basically becomes worthless once we eat it, right? The value in the food is the value of being able to consume it. And so once it's consumed, it's gone, and so you need to replace it with new food. And so, like, this provides a sort of money sink in the real world economy. So if we're talking about the real world, we have many things like this, many things that we have to consume, like consuming electricity. Where's the electricity come from? In the case of where I live, a good amount of it actually comes from hydropower, which is nice. But, like, we need to generate that electricity from stuff in order to be able to consume it in our electronic devices, like the light bulb that I have going on over there, or my computer, more to the point. Yeah. So it's like, how should some of this stuff fit in a multiplayer thing? I think this is part of where, like, I don't like the consumables in the game, like Essences of Celerity, because I think it negatively affects the design. Because either you design content that does not require people to be using those essences to be able to do it, and then at which point using, like, Essence of Celerity, Armor of Salvation, Grail of Might, makes the players too powerful relative to the content, or you balance the content with regards to it, and then it's like, how do you beat this without using the consumables? The consumables do effectively drain resources out of the economy, and from that standpoint, I mean, they are consumed, that's good, but I don't like the consumables. I don't Some of the death penalty removing ones I'm fine with. So Power Stones of Courage are kind of like a good example of that. That I'm cool with. Sweets that make you faster in town, sure, whatever. That doesn't affect gameplay in any sort of like meaningful sense. But things like Essences of Celerity, Armor of Salvation, and so on, I think these are like bad for the overall design of the game. The 3 from Easton, yeah, I'm not super familiar with what the Easton 3 do offhand. I have chunks of Drake Flesh lying around because of that quest with Kieran. But like, otherwise, I don't care for consumables. I think that they're bad for the like. They sidestep the design of the game, and they like, for example, the rock candies that give you increased attack. And actually, I might have some on this character. Not in that part of my inventory though. Yeah, like these red rock candies, right? Movement and attack speeds being increased by 33% effectively allows me to offset, instead of having to use a skill for that effect, like Onslaught. I can just eat this candy, and it just completely sidesteps it. I also don't like attribute point buffers. Make for because attribute point buffers like +1 regen, +50 HP, and like +5 max mana. Yeah, like that's not a huge. None of those are huge deals. And so it's like at what point is stacking stuff like a little bit too much? But whatever. But my basic point is I don't necessarily like consumables either in the way that they've implemented them in the game. And so like, but their consumable items are a really useful money sink. Like think of your traditional RPG where like how much money are you sinking into potions, for example, things like that. So like all of this to say that I think for the purposes of this, I want to radically change Shadow Form without like maintaining Shadow Form as being the goal of Deadly Paradox. I feel like what I would want this to be is something very different. I think actually what I really like for the idea of Deadly Paradox is something like all of your, like, go ahead and keep the base effect of your assassin skills activating and recharging faster, but instead of having it disable all of your attack skills, make it so you can't land critical hits. Your guild has a warlock, so your cookie expense is 0. Hooray. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where, like, yeah, so I don't like... Consumable buffs can work in some environments. In the environment that Guild Wars 1 is, I don't like them. The long and short of it. So yeah, I like the idea of Deadly... I'm not quite sure where you would stick it energy cost-wise. I have 5 energy with a 10-second recharge, and then the duration scaling as it currently is, but just make it that way, and like leave the effect of making your assassin skills activate and recharge faster. But instead of disabling all of your attack skills, make it so that way you can't land critical hits. That to me is an interesting paradox. Where yeah, you become more deadly, but also like hampered yourself in another way. That to me is an interesting space to play in. So I would try something like that. Disrupting Dagger, I think this is a fine skill. I like this one just fine as is. This is a spell-based interrupt, which is kind of neat as well and is useful. Enduring Toxin. Okay, so Enduring Toxin is one of those skills where you kind of don't bring this for the damage, you bring it as a hex. In that regard, I would try this at like a 2-second recharge. I don't really care about the degen from it. The degen is nice. I could see consumables that are not all upside. So like if you eat pie, you attack faster but move slower or whatever. Where it's like, oh, this provides you a benefit and a downside. Or like if pumpkin pie was like you attack 25% faster, but you have -1 energy regen or whatever because you just ate pie and now you're digesting it or something. I could see something like that where consumables have a plus side and a downside, but anyway, that's a different discussion. But yeah, so Enduring Toxin, I tried this at 2 seconds. Just that way it's a lot easier to use for your assassin skills that require a hex, your attacks, and just try that. Because again, the degen just doesn't matter that much from it. Entangling Asp must follow lead attack. Target foe is knocked down and becomes poisoned. So this is a little weird. But I think I would actually like this skill better if it fit more into a variant on Impale. So Impale must follow a dual attack. And it strikes for earth damage and inflicts deep wound. They already have those. Do they? So what I think I would want to do with Entangling Asp is something like must follow dual attack, target foe is knocked down and becomes poisoned for 17 seconds. Put it at like 5 energy, quarter second activation time. I mean, 1 second is probably fine. Yeah, sure, whatever. 1 second activation time, and give it like a 6 or 8 second recharge. The reason for that is because it would fit a lot better with the falling skills. So if I could, obviously it's a little redundant to poison with it and falling spider, but whatever, that's fine. I like the idea of doing a dual attack, hitting them with Entangling Asp to be able to falling Lotus into another dual attack, and being able to chain like lead, because like as it is, it's like lead Entangling Asp into an offhand attack. That feels a little bit like redundant. But having it follow a dual attack instead of a lead attack with a lower energy cost and a shorter recharge would then like maybe like a 12-second recharge, or like something like 12 or 8 seconds. But being able to go lead, offhand, dual, Entangling Asp, falling Lotus, strike, other dual, and then like I'm down, like that's 3/4 of your skill bar at that point. But that to me would be an interesting place to play with Entangling Asp, so I'd kind of like it there rather than where it currently is, I think. And that's something that I'd want to try. Exposed defenses, target foe cannot block your attacks. This is a fine effect to have. I would make this cheaper and shorter cooldown. In PvE, that would be perfectly fine. In PvE, it would be fine for this to be 5 energy, quarter second cast time, like 12-second recharge, I think. This effect is priced for PvP. Expunge enchantments. Target foe loses 1 enchantment. All of your other non-attack skills are disabled for 6 seconds. For each skill disabled this way, target touched foe loses an additional enchantment. I don't know why it doesn't just say target touched foe loses 1 enchantment. I don't know why they bury the lead on the touched range part of this. This is a really cool idea that's a bit hampered by having a very aggressive recharge. And by aggressive, I mean long. What's cool about this is this allows you to get rid of enchantments from foes that are using anti-spell enchantments, because this is a skill, not a spell. I would drop the cooldown of this to 15 seconds to bring it in line with a lot of enchantment removal. Maybe 20. Some of the multi-enchantment removals are more like 20 seconds. Yeah, so strip enchantments is 20 seconds. Rend is 20. Gaze of Contempt, is that also 20? No, Gaze of Contempt is 15. Yeah, I think if I brought this down to 5 energy, I'd bring it down to 20-second recharge. Otherwise, leaving it at 10 energy, which I think is fine, at 15-second recharge. All of your other non-attack skills are disabled for a few seconds. For each skill disabled this way, target touched foe loses 1 additional enchantment. I think this is, like, the effect is fine. It's just the recharge is way too long. I could see trying it at 5 and 20 to see how that feels as well. 5 energy, 20-second recharge. But I feel like I'd want it at 10-15. That feels reasonable to me. The overall effect of this, I think, is really an interesting way of doing it, where you get benefit for blacking yourself out, partially. But it definitely is statted for PvP. Impale, I feel like this is overall fine. I would drop this to an 8-second recharge. That's all I do there. Iron Palm. I feel like the fact that this is a conditional knockdown, like it counts as a lead attack, which is cool, and I like that. I feel like I'd want to try this at like a 15-second recharge. See if that feels like how that feels, because as it is, it's a little bit long in PvE. I'm thinking about shock in particular. Hello, Heaven's Devil. Welcome. Could I briefly summarize my general idea of how the Sin could use a rework? Yeah, so the biggest thing, which you've missed most of, is I'd want to do a lot of tweaks to the various attack skills, try to bring recharges more in line with each other, kind of focusing around around a 4-second-ish recharge on kind of average. Death Blossom getting being changed to be more like old 100 Blades, if you're familiar with that, where it maybe doesn't have or has very minimal plus damage and strikes all adjacent foes rather than like pulsing damage, and having a longer recharge, and just like overall tweaking a bunch of like recharges and stuff, and in general bringing some of the costs and recharges of things down from PvP balance to PvE balance. So I'd still want the assassin to be single target focused, so its recharges need to be lower so it can retarget more easily. That's kind of the general thought. Also just being a bit more aggressive with some of the shadow steps in PvE. That's a lot of the general area of where I'm looking. Let's see. So yeah, Iron Palm, like I said, I feel like from a PvE standpoint, I would want this to have a shorter recharge. Yep, you're welcome. Doesn't hurt to do a summary every now and then. Mantis Touch. So this is one of those skills that's like really cool, and has absolutely no business being a 15-second recharge. It doesn't do any bonus damage. Counts as an offhand attack. I think I would want to put some damage on this. So must follow lead attack. Target foe takes some earth damage, because they're doing a lot of earth damage. That's just 41 damage. I don't know. I'd probably consider making this like, I don't know. Just put some damage on this and give it like a 6-second recharge or something. Try it there. Maybe a little bit lower. I'm not sure. Yep. It's good though. I enjoy having discussions. So yeah, 15 seconds recharge is just way too long. Mark of Death. Target foe gains less benefit from healing. This needs more going on with it, and I kind of like the idea of stapling a Barb's effect to it, frankly. So, like, target foe gains less benefit from healing and also takes additional damage from melee attacks, I think. I like that idea. But, like, melee attacks, not physical attacks, right? But affect all melee attacks, not just yours. I'm not quite sure if 20 seconds is good at that point, but 15 or 10 energy definitely is. I feel like maybe 15 seconds recharge, something like that. Anyway, should be all attacks. I mean, I could just see that attacks against this foe deal plus 10 damage or something. I could also see it being maybe Mark of Insecurity or something could do that. I was going to say I could also see it decreasing just raw armor decrease as well. But that might be more appropriate on an elite than on Mark of Death. I'm talking too loud. I need to talk a little bit more quietly. Wearing my voice out too quickly. We still got a lot of skills to talk about. By the way, Bypass Your Reach is now under cursor control. But yeah, I like the idea of having some additional damage added to that as well. Mark of Insecurity. Okay, so like enchantments and stances on that foe expire faster. The overall effect of this is fine. In PvE, this is a lot less useful. So at bare minimum, scratch that last line that says all of your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. That does not need to be there. That was added because Mesmers and PvP were using the skill, and ArenaNet didn't like it. I mean, it's a good question. Mark of Death could be a really cool elite. I don't necessarily want to change like elite status willy-nilly on stuff, but like I could see making Mark of Insecurity something that could be non-elite, making this an elite and a bit better. It's not a terrible idea by any means. There's not really a ringing endorsement. It's an interesting idea for sure. That's more accurate to my thoughts. Yeah, target foe gains 33% less benefit from healing and takes more damage. Has 50% armor. For 9 seconds, target foe gains 33% less benefit from healing and has 50% armor. Elite. Elite Hex spell. 15-second recharge, 10 energy. 9-second duration. At 12, or at, yeah, 12 deadly arts. I don't know if those numbers are actually good or not. Halved armor is terrifying. Like halved armor is absolutely terrifying. The amount of increased damage you take is crazy. But it'd be good in a way where it like, oh, Elementalists would want to mark of death things all the time. Mark of insecurity. You'd make it flat 10 seconds and the armor reduction scale. That's actually not a bad idea. I like that idea as well. I do like the idea of percentage armor reduction. Or either percentage or just straight number that's not capped. Something like that. What's weird is with the actual system, you could go like 110% armor. Like, armor is reduced by 110% because that would just be taking like a 2.1 multiplier or a negative 2.1 multiplier to the armor. So it's like, if you had 100 armor, you would effectively have like negative 10 armor. Which would make you take a lot of damage. Okay, so if we're changing elite status over to Mark of Death and Mark of Insecurity, for example, is becoming an elite. I mean, that's true. I like single skills that can exceed sort of the values. You need to be able to, though. I would have stuff that reduces armor below 60. I think it's very useful for the game if you have effects that can reduce armor below 60. So I would absolutely have the skill be able to reduce armor below 60. That's good for physical attackers and it's good for elementalists and it's bad for mesmers. Like, yeah, it needs to be able to happen in my opinion. So in a world where Mark of Insecurity is not an elite, I almost kind of like the idea of it being, this is maybe necromancy, but an effect that deals damage to the foe whenever they are enchanted or use a stance. Or maybe deals damage whenever they lose an enchantment or a stance. Like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 8-second recharge for 10 seconds, just raw 10 seconds. Or Hex spell for 10 seconds whenever Hex foe loses an enchantment or a stance. They also lose, or they take like 5 ... 20 ... 25 damage or something like that. What, Mark of Insecurity? I'm a little confused about which skill you're referring to. Yeah, well, part of what we're talking about is if we were trying to maintain the same number of elites within the profession as there currently is, and we were promoting Mark of Death to elite status, where Mark of Death had decreased healing and decreased armor, then we were making Mark of Insecurity not an elite anymore. That shift would necessitate that's kind of the shift that we're talking about. Yeah. So I think you're getting a little bit confused on a couple of different things there. So what I'm talking about with Mark of Insecurity is changing it into kind of something that basically, like, whenever you make the foe feel less secure by removing their defensive stuff from them, their enchantments and their stances, they would take additional damage. That's kind of the direction that I'm talking about going with Mark of Insecurity, basically. I mean, the base effect is an interesting one, but it's definitely more of an elite effect. So if I was removing the elite status from this skill to transfer it over to Mark of Death, again, to maintain the number of elites in the profession, which hasn't always been done by ArenaNet anyway. See Mesmer and Warrior. 100 Blades used to not be an elite, and then it was made an elite at some point, and Mesmer's had an elite removed just before the game came out, sort of thing. And anyway, Mesmers are down on one elite, and Warriors have one extra elite, I think, compared to the other core professions. But they typically try to keep the number of elites sort of in line. So yeah, Mark of Insecurity. Then, if I'm not making an elite, I kind of like that direction of where it's like, oh, whenever you make them feel more insecure, they take additional damage. I could also be something where, like, sure, but like probably late enough in the process that the design had been locked down in terms of what skills were kind of elite and stuff. It doesn't necessarily matter 100% exactly how that timeline works, but I'm pretty sure Warrior has one more elite than other professions. It definitely has... Healing Signet was originally a non-profession skill that was moved to Tactics as well. And I think that messed with some of the numbers. Basically, if you look at it, Mesmers have like slightly fewer skills than the other core professions, and Warrior has like slightly more, I think. I'd have to look at the numbers again, though. I could also see something where like Mark of Security ticked damage regularly that was decreased for each if they had a stance and for each enchantment on them. Something where you wanted to keep them like feeling insecure. There's different directions that you could go with that sort of effect. Sadist Signet, I think this one's fine. This is an interesting healing option. Scorpion Wire, this one's really awkward as well. I think what I'd want to do with this is change it to probably more like a 14-second recharge. And instead of being a hex spell, just have it be a spell. Leave it at half the normal range and just have it Shadow Step target foe to you. That foe is knocked down. Instead of you Shadow Stepping to the foe, like that foe get over here and get knocked down. That's what I want to do with Scorpion Wire. Rather than this awkward mess that you can't get to work properly in PvE. Like, I'm not quite sure exactly where I'd want the recharge to be. 14, 16 seconds, somewhere in that general vicinity. Make it literally shout, get over here when you use it. Yeah, I mean, that has to happen too, right? But yeah, that's what I want Scorpion Wire to be. Not this weird malarkey that's hard to use. Shadow Fang, this one's a really cool one because it's a hex that, like, when it ends, sends you back to where you started. I feel like in PvE, this could be, like, 5 energy and, like, a 25-second recharge or something. Not quite sure exactly, but I think you could have more aggressive numbers on it. In general, I feel like I want the Deadly Arts Shadow Steps to have more aggressive numbers on them than they do, so... Shadow Prison. Shadow Step to target foe, and then they're snared for a bit. This is another one. I'd probably drop this to like a 15-second recharge at 5 energy and see how that plays. Or basically kind of like whatever stats I propose giving to that, but slightly better. If I said... No, I said putting this at 15. I probably try this at 12 and 5. Like, that sounds really aggressive, but I'd want to play with it just to see how it kind of plays out. Shameful Fear. I don't know why the AI doesn't cast this. Doesn't seem to, though. Makes a foe move faster than take damage while they're moving. I like the design of this relative to the name. For each second, if that foe is moving, that foe takes damage. Yeah, I actually quite like the design of this skill. It fits the name really well. The effect is really awkward in that you don't tend to want to use this as a primary assassin. Feels like I could see going two directions with this. One is just give it like a 1 second cast time because it doesn't need to be 2 seconds. Another option that I can see is giving it significantly boosted stats, like 1/4 second cast time, 5 energy, like a 5 second recharge or 6 second recharge or something, and then have it require, like, must follow a dual attack. So it's like, oh, I dual attacked you, now you're scared. I'm dropping Shameful Fear on you as you run away. Something else that I could see as an alternative to this is something like for 10 seconds, target foe moves 10% faster than normal. Whenever that foe is dealt a critical hit, that foe is knocked down. Something like that could be an option. That could be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of different areas. I think the first thing that I'd want to try is like, okay, well, how does this feel if it's 1 second cast time? How does it... like, I'd want to try a couple of different versions. I'd want to try... How does it feel if I just slightly buff it to 1 second cast time? How does it feel if I make it that version that wants to follow dual attack? It's like, oh, I did a combo chain on you, drop Shameful Fear as you're running away from me. Now you're dying. And try the version that, like, lets me KD on crits. Because the thing that's really cool about this is you automatically crit foes who are running away from you. So that would mean that if they're running from you and you, like, dash after them, like you drop Shameful Fear on them, they're moving a little bit faster, but you dash after them and you hit them, auto crit them by hitting them in the back and knocking them down. Like, that to me is a really interesting sort of space to play in. That would probably be a much cheaper hex as well. I'd probably put that at 5 energy. 5 energy, like 1 second cast time, 10 second recharge for that one. And I'd want to try those different sort of like iterations and just try playing around in some of that space some. Just to see, like, okay, what makes this actually feel useful and good. Speaking of skills that do not feel useful or good, Shroud of Silence is hot garbage. Elite Hex spell, all of your spells are disabled for 15 seconds. For 3 seconds, target touched foe cannot cast spells. The idea here is that you disable the monk for a few seconds and dagger combo them to death. This skill is so bad in PvE, though. Like, it doesn't disable any of your skills, so all of your attack skills are all still fine. But 30-second recharge is long, and just 3-second duration is so short. And it's a hex, so it can be removed. I would want... like, I don't necessarily mind the idea of you and your target foe are silenced. I would just want to adjust the numbers to make this feel way better. I'm not quite sure exactly where they'd be, but a longer duration. Yeah. I agree. It should really be at parity. Something like for X seconds, Elite Hex spell for X seconds, you and target touch foe cannot cast spells. Yeah, where basically is like hex, like or I guess what I'd basically do is like as long as they're hexed with it, you can't cast spells. Is kind of what I'd have it do. Where like kind of like how Life Siphon gives you health regen, just have it apply. The person using it and the person affected by it can't cast spells while it's on the person affected by it, or while it's on its target. And then just bump the duration up a bit, drop the recharge. Because again, in PvE, this doesn't need a 30-second recharge. It can be like a 20-second recharge that lasts for like 10 seconds at 12 deadly arts. Yeah. 20 seconds might even be longer than it needs. I don't even know if it needs to be 10 energy or not in PvE. Like, allow me to aggressively say, no, you can't talk. You can't cast spells. Because, like, here's the thing, right? There's another way that I can effectively make my target not use spells. I can Golden Skull Strike them. 4 seconds of dazed does not stop my spells. I'm attacking them, so they probably can't cast spells. Temple Strike is more energy, but less recharge, and lasts much longer in terms of the days. Also stops spellcasting. Effectively stops spellcasting while I'm attacking that foe. So there's no reason for this to be... Or Beguiling Haze. Like, this is a Shadow Step. It lasts and inflicts days. You can easily get it up to like 7 seconds at a reasonable Shadow Arts level. And it Shadow Steps you to your target. And that's kind of an effective like silence technique as well. So it's like there's different ways of effectively being able to do... That foe can't cast spells that I'm attacking, so might as well make this thing last longer. And have a much shorter recharge than it currently has. Half rank seconds. Yeah, I can see that. So at 12 deadly arts at 6 seconds. Effectively, you and the foe can't cast spells for 6 seconds. Yeah, 10 energy feels fairly appropriate for that sort of effect. I'm not quite sure how long the recharge should be. I feel like if I'm doing half rank, I'd want it to be around a 12 to 15 second recharge. I'm not exactly sure in there. I tried it at 12. Be a little aggressive with things. See if it needs to be toned down a bit. I feel like if I were actually like in the process of like trying to push active things to test, I want to, yeah, exactly. I feel like I want to push things a little bit more aggressive, so I'm inclined to actually try them and then see, okay, does this need to be toned down? Yeah. Signet of Deadly Corruption. I like this one as well. I don't know that I necessarily feel like Signet of Deadly Corruption needs anything changed about it. I kind of like it where it's at. I've enjoyed making builds that use this. Signet of Shadows, on the other hand, I don't mind the base effect. Is the wiki back up yet, by the way? This is a random aside. Does not look like it. Oh, I saw it for half a second. Hey, the wiki's back. Cool. Signet of Shadows. I feel like the skill changed over time. Yeah, there's not a skill history page for it. It doesn't look like it's really changed much from what I'm seeing. Sorry, I was looking at wiki existing. What was the it referring to? And it just needs a slightly more aggressive damage conversion. Were you talking about Signet of Deadly Corruption or Signet of Shadows? Like, Signet of Toxic Shock is also cool, and I like this skill as well. I feel like I want the cooldown on this to be a bit shorter, probably bringing it in line with Signet of Deadly Corruption. And I feel like Signet of Shadows... I don't know why this isn't just Signet of Toxic Shock, but for blind. Signet of Deadly Corruption. In other words, instead of at 12, it's 29 damage. The damage is higher. Let's see, 130. What would 4 conditions be at 130 damage? Cap. Not come out even, but let's see. 4 goes into that 3 times with 1 remainder. So it need to be dealing like 33 damage in order at 12 in order for it to be 4 conditions to get the trigger. Or to get max damage. Let's see. So the assassin can easily do deep wound, poison, bleeding, and crippled. Well, easily. Those are the primary conditions it can deal. Also blind. Because I like to cap stuff. That's why. I mean, I could see removing the cap. If I removed the cap, I would not change the damage number. 130 armor ignoring damage is pretty strong. Granted, it's like 10 damage per second at 12-second recharge, but it's a nice spike, is what I'm saying. And it combines nicely with Signet of Toxic Shock, which again, I feel like I'd want to bring in line with a 12-second recharge. Signet of Shadows, I'd want to bring probably down to 12-second recharge as well, if I didn't change the effect. I.e., you'd make it armor respecting. Or Shadow also armor ignoring. I mean, there's an argument about that as well. I personally don't feel like I want to change anything to it, but Signet of Shadows and Signet of Toxic Shock, I just want to bring down to 12-second recharges along the lines of this one. I think Dark is the armor respecting one, and Shadow is armor ignoring. Yeah, because the Deathly Chill Shadow damage part is armor ignoring. I didn't really feel like Assassin's Promise needs... I don't feel like Assassin's Promise needs any changes, so I wouldn't do anything to it. Siphon Speed, I would just get rid of this spell recharges 50% faster if cast on a moving foe line and just drop it down to like a 12-second recharge. Siphon Strength. Shadow spells are not typically armor respecting, but one change you'd make is to be consistent. Yeah. Okay, I have enough skills that I want to go through that I'm probably going to be a little bit less discussion-y to some extent here. Siphon Strength. I feel like Siphon Strength is one of those skills that works in a very unintuitive way. Making all of your attacks against that foe have an additional chance of being critical hit does not feel like what I expect Siphon Strength to be. I would change this to, first, like, 17 seconds, whatever. Target foe deals less damage with attacks, and all of your attacks deal that same amount in additional damage, rather than just giving you a better chance of critting against that one target. That just feels weird. So I would not use 41. I would go for a smaller number. Probably about half of what it currently is. But Elite Hex spell for 17 seconds, target foe deals like minus 20 damage with attacks, and all of your attacks deal plus 20 damage. That's the direction I'd go with Siphon Strength. Maybe half cast range on it, though. Vampiric Assault. This one's a cool one. This is basically adding additional lifesteal to your attacks. I would probably put this one at a 3-second recharge. Make it really rewarding for going into Deadly Arts for a dual attack. I think I'd like something like that. Yeah, my main problem with it is this is more about reducing damage, and that makes it almost more of a protection spell, and so I want something that's like rewarding your offense. If it was in Shadow Arts, I could see something like that. You were mentioning more frequent jumping in between foes. What's your idea in Assassin's Promise being an instant cast hex that teleports you an enemy and does whatever and resets if he dies within, say, 10 seconds. That way you could use AP to jump from foe to foe and assassinate each one. I mean, you still kind of can do that. That sounds really fiddly, though, to actually play with. The thing is, I like Assassin's Promise as is because I also like working with it with Meteor Shower and stuff to be able to like get quick recharges on like Elementalist spells, for example. I like its applications outside of the assassin profession, so I don't necessarily want to make it something that's like super wonky that like makes it basically be like, well, you can kind of supercharge your assassin and mean that it no longer works well for other things. So that's part of where my consideration is. Way of the Empty Palm. This one's always kind of weird to me that it's in Deadly Arts. I feel like this feels more like a Shadow Arts skill to me personally. I don't know why. I don't necessarily feel like I'd want to change anything about Way of the Empty Palm, though. If I were to change anything about it, I would consider making it like last longer but cost more energy, just to make it a little bit less tedious to keep reapplying it. I think this would be fine at like 10 or even 15 energy, but probably 10 energy with like a 30-second, like double duration of what it currently is, because it's energy management that's very aggressive, quite frankly. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to Shadow Arts. I want to also theoretically get to a bunch of PvE-only skills anyway. Way of the Empty Palm is wonky, and it's really hard to kind of work with. The main thing that I've ever seen anybody do with it is just spam Repeating Strike. It's weird. It almost feels like it belongs in Critical Strikes, except it's counterintuitive there. If it wasn't Critical Strikes, then this is your energy management attribute line, so putting energy management in your energy management attribute line is always a little wonky to me. And I like it being here where I could theoretically use it on like a Way of the Empty Palm Warrior or something if I wanted to. Not that I'm going to do that, but the other thing that I could see doing with Way of the Empty Palm is it would be really interesting if... Here's another actually interesting alternative idea. If it made all attacks... If it made melee attack skills all lead attacks. Yeah. I actually kind of like it in Dagger Mastery and making all melee attack... Or like... All melee attack and touch skills count as lead attacks. That to me would be really interesting. I like that idea even better. I would try that. I could also see trying offhand attacks. Like if all melee attacks... So in other words, things that are generic melee attacks, not dagger attacks specifically, but... Yeah. That makes sense as well. But like, if I could use this and turn shock into an offhand attack or something, that would be kind of cool. Or lightning touch. Like, imagine if Way of the Empty Palm turned lightning touch into a lead attack or an offhand attack or something. Or like, you know, you use this and suddenly, if you use Soldier Strike, it counted as like a lead attack. I could also see something where Way of the Empty Palm could be like, in Dagger Mastery and be like, I'm not quite sure how long it lasts, but whatever, however long it lasts, melee attacks, like melee attacks that are not already lead or basically all generic melee attacks count as lead attacks, and like touch skills are all offhand attacks or something like that could also be interesting as another like sort of alternative. I don't know. I feel like playing around in that space would really be interesting. And it'd be really cool to be like, haha, I can use Way of the Empty Palm to turn all of these other things into lead attacks, so suddenly I can make weird combos out of stuff that you wouldn't expect. That to me is a really cool space to play around in, and I like that in Dagger Mastery, actually. Okay, Shadow Arts. I actually quite like Beguiling Haze as is. I could see dropping this to 10 energy, though. It's very... with Healing Touch into Death Blossom. I mean, Healing Touch can't target foes, but that's an amusing idea. I overall like Beguiling Haze as is. I would drop it to 10 energy. I think that would be fine for PvE. Blinding Powder. Must follow an offhand attack. Target foe and all adjacent foes are become blind. This is one of those things that's like, this is really cool. I use this never. I don't think the effect is bad. Like, the ratio on things is fine. I could see dropping the cooldown and the duration. The biggest problem with Blinding Powder is, frankly, it's just really clunky. Like, hit 2 attacks and then Blinding Powder and then your duel. Like, why are you going through all this malarkey to blind things? So, I don't know. Like, that feels really, really clunky to me. Yeah. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Like, Blinding Powder is one of those skills that feels like this is borderline usable, and if I had other stuff going on, I actually would consider doing so. Caltrops also feels fine. I don't know if this needs to be 10 energy, but it is an AoE cripple, which is actually not bad. Oh, this is a half normal range skill. But I actually fairly like Caltrops. I could see trying this at 5 energy, see if that feels like it's too strong. Dark Escape. This one's probably fine where it's at. I don't know how much people use this or not. I think it's definitely used in some stuff. I could see putting this at 25-second recharge, but I don't know if that would overpower things or not. Death's Charge. I wouldn't actually really change Death's Charge. I want Deadly Arts Shadow Steps to be stronger than Shadow Arts offensive ones, because I feel like Shadow Arts is a little bit more of the defensive line. So I wouldn't... I could see if it felt like the changes that I was making to these, and I didn't feel like they needed to be rolled back some, because I feel like they might be. But if the changes that I was making to some of these shadow steps was, like, what's the right word? In a good spot, and it was making it so that way something like Death's Charge is really hard to use, that I could see dropping Death's Charge, recharge a little bit to maybe like 25 seconds or whatever, but that's kind of where I'm kind of at. Death's Retreat, Shadow Step to target ally. If you have less health than that ally, you gain 112 health. This is an interesting one. I like its parallels to Death's Charge. I don't necessarily feel like I don't feel like Death's Retreat necessarily needs much change. Feign Neutrality is fine. This is a very good sort of like, I mean, it's a picture of somebody in the fetal position. This is a very good protect myself now sort of skill. I don't tend to use this one much, but I think if some of the other options were a bit weaker, it would be more appealing. Although keep in mind, like, part of the reason why I don't use it is, as a player, if I really want that effect, Shadow Sanctuary feels like a better implementation of it as a player. And the AI I don't want to give this to because I feel like they would be really dumb about it. So that's my biggest issue with Feigned Neutrality. Is the PvE-only skill means that it doesn't really have a place, or between the PvE-only skill that I as a player would use and the AI being not particularly intelligent, means that I would strongly consider doing something slightly different with this. Instead of having it end if you successfully hit with an attack or use a skill, probably just have it disable all of your skills for or like for 9 seconds you have +7 health regeneration, +80 armor, and can't use skills or attack. Something like that, if I was really trying to get the effect across, rather than having it like end early. Does that make sense? I feel like I would try that to see if it's something that I actually want to use on the AI, is what I'm saying. Art of Shadow, this one's one of those skills that seems fine to me. Hidden Caltrops. Okay, so like I would get rid of the your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds line. Also, this skill just feels worse than Caltrops to me. I feel like what I'd want to do with hidden Caltrops. With a name like that. Yeah, this just feels worse than Caltrops to me. Because, like, Caltrops is an AoE cripple effect. This is single target. It's an elite. It has a longer recharge at 12 seconds instead of... I mean, it lasts longer. When it ends, regardless of how it ends, that foe's crippled. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I could see Caltrops... I mean, heck, I could just see... I don't know. Switching the effects feels a bit wonky, because Caltrops being a snare that then turns into crippled is a bit weird to me. I feel like I want something like Hidden Caltrops to be like a short duration hex that like... Okay, so go with me on this journey. Like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 8 second recharge, elite hex spell. For 3 seconds, the next time target foe is dealt physical damage or is dealt damage or something like that, that foe and all adjacent foes are crippled for like 12 seconds. Something weird like that, where it's like, oh, it's a very brief hex that, like, if it ends through an attack, through them being hit, it splashes a cripple around. Something like that feels a little bit more in line. I don't know. It's a really weird name. Regardless, the non-assassin skills, your non-assassin skills are disabled for 10 seconds. Clause needs to go. That was again put there because like Mesmers and stuff were using it in PvP, and Arena didn't like it, so they wanted to make sure Mesmers wouldn't use it. So they put this really clunky non-assassin skill clause onto it instead of splitting the skill and stuff. Whatever. Mirrored Stance. I mean, this skill is fine as is. I just never use it because the stances that the AI uses that I'd want to be mirroring are basically non-existent. It's like, oh man, I bet this does this let you get his thing? I forget what it is called. Battle Scars. Does this let you get Battle Scars? I've never thought of trying that. This is basically one of those skills that, like, the strength of the skill is entirely dependent upon what stances you put on enemies in the area. I've never tried that. I mean, you could go test it right now if you want to. I have a bunch of skills to finish talking about. But yeah, Mirrored Stance is one of those skills that, like, I'm cool with what this skill does. I think it's a really neat effect. I don't necessarily feel like I'd need to change much about it. The problem is it's just, like, what it does is not terribly useful a lot of the time, because there's just not many enemies that are entering into stances that I want to be able to, like, mirror. Does that make sense? That's kind of where I'm at with it. I feel like I drop returns recharge to more like 10 seconds. Shadow Form. This is the big one. So I personally am a really big fan of the original implementation of Shadow Form thematically, which was all attacks against you miss, and I mean, here, we can actually look at it. Let's just go to the guild hall for the moment. So the original Shadow Form was basically this version, right? Recharges and stuff were a little bit different, but for a little bit, all hostile spells that target you fail, and all attacks against you miss. When it ends, you lose all but some HP. This sort of implementation, I thought was really cool. Obviously, they've nerfed it a lot for PvP from what it used to be. Let's see, actually. Shadow Form skill history. Go. Original. So it was 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 60 second recharge, elite enchantment spell for 17 seconds at 12. All hostile spells against you, and it ends, you lose all but 41 HP. So it's more or less the same. They increased the energy cost, split it for PvP, and changed it to increase the duration to 30 seconds. And then they made it also nerf damage. They adjusted the damage penalty, changed its stuff around again, and then changed it to this version in 2010. What I think I like with I like the idea with Shadow Form of having it be in elite enchantment spell. I like the idea of spells against you fail and attacks against you miss. I'd probably have that last maybe closer to like 10 seconds with a shorter. I'm not quite sure. Basically, what I'd have it do is your next attack deals a bunch of additional damage, your attacks deal a bunch of additional damage, but the next time you hit with an attack, Shadow Form ends. Something along those lines, where it's like, oh, the idea is you go into the shadows, and then you can sneak up on somebody and hit them real hard, or you can use it to retreat if you want to. But I'd want to set up the numbers so that way it's not something you maintain on yourself. It's something that you can kind of just... Here, I'm going to move to a flatter section of ground with better background. Hello, Justicar GW2. Welcome. Give you a little wave here. So yeah, because to me, Shadow Form being the farming powerhouse that it is, unfortunately, kind of puts it in a weird spot. And I like the idea of changing it to something that feels more like the original implementation of like, oh, you're a shadow, you can't really be touched. But then like you can emerge out of it to do a sudden powerful hit. So yeah. Or maybe something like the next time you use a general PvE perspective, I don't know enough about speed clears to be able to comment on them. That's more saying that I'm not taking PvP into consideration. So I don't know enough about PvP to be able to comment on it or what balance it needs. I don't really... Like, speed clear community will adapt to whatever happens to it in the end anyway. They have to if they want to like keep going on that sort of thing. I know a lot of that sort of stuff relies on Shadow Form. The approaches would be different, and it would likely be slower than what Shadow Form currently provides, but I like the idea of a Shadow Form that basically it doesn't even really matter. I actually don't mind if it could have 100% uptime if it just ends whenever you use an attack. Yeah, for sure. But like, it's an integral part of a lot of farming strategies because being able to ignore spells is just so good. And having this, like, the way that it works is just really, really useful for that. I mean, it's a tricky thing, right? Like, how much do you want to... yeah. Oh, man, I literally do not remember what I said about Vow of Silence. It's been long enough ago. But the part's up on... it's... I think I did Warrior and Dervish in the same episode, so you can go hunt for it there. Yeah. Yeah, there was an aggro hold mechanic at one point in time. If you're holding a world spawned bundle item, all enemies would aggro you. And that was used in Sorrow's Furnace. It's called the gear trick. And what happened there is people would, like, there was a bonder that basically just stacked bonds on the tank, and then a bunch of Ellies would just nuke everything and be ignored. And then Arena took it out, of course, because that was a very strong strategy. So yeah, like, I personally think Shadow Form is a more interesting skill if it's like, I don't know, 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 10-second recharge, or I don't know, 15-second recharge. Let it go to 15-second duration. I don't really care, but like, probably more like about a 10-second duration, and then having it do. Yeah, I mean, I would change Obsidian Flesh as well. And then, but like the next time, and like your attacks deal plus damage, but the next time you hit with an attack, Shadow Form ends. Is the direction that I'd want to take Shadow Form and try it in that sort of area. Obsidian Flesh is, I think there are some niche farming stuff where it does work. It's just Shadow Form is better, but like Obsidian Flesh is not a very good skill. So, yeah, that's right. It would be a mass RPG or a mass defensive thing. I forget exactly what I had said. It's been long enough. But I mean, this is one of those things, like, everybody's going to have a slightly different vision of what the game should be. And then we all have to deal with the reality of what it is. And then, of course, we'll all conceive our slightly different images of what that reality looks like. And what things are good for it will be figured out in time by the community. You always want some amount of people that are experimenting at the fringes to see if they find something more optimal than what's currently being done. But that push for efficiency and optimization is always going to be a part of online communities for games like this. And like, I would have to be a lot more broadly educated about the different communities of the game if I was actually going to for real sit down and do something like this, because all I can do right now is say, well, I know how I play and how I've interacted with the game. I don't have a broad enough understanding to be able to go beyond that. I would need a council of people from different communities to be able to run things by and to be able to discuss stuff with. Is the expense to pay for it is too high for Elementalist to sustain? About the only class that can pay for it would be Vow of Revolution Dervish. Yeah, I mean, obviously, at that point, you run into your own problems of getting Vow of Revolution and Obsidian Flesh onto the same bar. So, like, this is a design exercise more for, like, the fun of thinking about, okay, how could the balance be different? What sort of environment would that create? And, like, so, yeah, like, I would absolutely change Shadow Form in a way that would completely wreck the current meta in a lot of high-end farming. And people would have to figure out different things that they would do, and that's just kind of where it would end up, you know? I'd probably do stuff that will make that'd make people really upset with what I'd want to do with the Ritualist as well. But that'll come tomorrow. I'll be talking about the Ritualist tomorrow. Shadow Refuge, this skill seems fine to me. Shadow Shroud, I don't ever use Shadow Shroud. Making a foe unable to be the target of enchantments is just not super useful in PvE. What I'd actually do with Shadow Shroud is a wonky sort of thing where it's like, for 8 seconds, target foe. Basically, I'd make it so that way all of their attacks miss and all attacks against them miss. Where it's like, oh, you are sending them to the shadows where they can't actually, like, hit you or do anything. I feel like that would be more useful than an anti-enchantment elite. And I'd adjust some of the values with it. First core change to Ritualist. They need to remove body blocking from PvE spirits like they did with PvP. Oh man, that would be a huge change up to tactics. Shadow of Haste, this is a really cool skill. What was it? I feel like these numbers are down from where it originally was. Shadow of Haste. Do you have a skill history page? No. was this version from 2007? 10 energy. Oh, so this is... Huh, okay, so it's better than it was at that point. This is one of those skills that I think is a really interesting idea that doesn't... The idea of this, of like, oh, you move faster, but then, hello, Hike Styles, and welcome. Hike Styles? I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly. I unintentionally added an E in there. Okay, Hicks Styles. Well, welcome. Welcome, and welcome, Raiders. Hope you all are doing well. Seen you all show up. Just to give you a heads up about what I am doing, I'm talking about if I were to theoretically redesign the profession, given sort of the limitations of how I understand things, not talking about PvP. I mostly am a general PvE player. It's a theoretical design exercise, and just kind of thinking about, like, how would I adjust things? Why would I adjust them? And it's more of the why to some extent. So we've been talking about the Assassin. I'm in the middle of Shadow Arts, looking at Shadow of Haste right now, just talking about different skills. Broad overview of the... yes. And Topat is helping by having an interesting discussion. But the broad general sense of what I'd want to do is I'd want to make some of the Shadow Steps more aggressive, because I think in PvE they can be a lot more aggressive, particularly the Deadly Art ones. The big one is changing dagger attacks to have overall general shorter recharges, nerfing Death Blossom because it's way too strong, and trying to bring all of the dagger skills recharges more in line with each other, so that way there feels like there's a bit more variety in what you can do with the combos. Anybody who's interested in more of the details on that can check out the VOD, because I'm not going to repeat it here and now, because that would just be way too long. But if anybody has any questions about stuff, feel free to ask them, and I'll try to get them to them as best I can. Keep in mind, this is very subjective. Balance is always a subjective process. What you think a balanced state looks like is a very personal question in many regards, and everybody's going to have slightly different opinions on that based upon how they interact with the game and interface with it. So just keep in mind this is all very subjective, but I find the discussion to be interesting. In terms of Shadow of Haste, the effect is really interesting, but is a way better effect in PvP, where like the ability to jump back is very useful. Death Blossom... Hang on. Death Blossom makes dagger use very one-sided at the moment. However, different classes have way better skills than Death Blossom. Yeah, my problem is Death Blossom dominates my dual attack slot. If I'm bringing a dual... I don't need to bring a dual attack outside of Death Blossom, and there's no reason for me to consider other dual attacks except for, like, very specific circumstances. Yeah. So, Death Blossom is one of those skills that is just... It sits kind of at the core because of where it's at power level wise. It's got good single target damage, it's got AoE damage, it's got a really short recharge, so. Hello, baby stars, and welcome. Okay, so yeah, so if I were doing something with Shadow of Haste to make it more appealing in PvE, I feel like I would bump up. I'd probably try, just to see how it played, I'd probably try changing it, adding, or increasing the movement speed to 25% and adding 25% increased attack speed, and just seeing, well, thank you, I appreciate it. And just seeing, like, okay, how does that play? Where I'm like, oh yeah, for a while I get to move and attack faster, but when it ends, I get zapped back to where I was. How would that play in PvE? That's really intriguing, and I'd like to try that. As it is, what's really cool about this is using a cancel stance to return to where you started from is really neat, but not super useful in PvE. Like, that's the thing, is like, the things that are useful in PvP and PvE are going to be different, and that's part of why it's hard to, like, I don't have enough knowledge of PvP to be able to talk about its balance, particularly these days. But, to last a lot shorter if you want it to get at least some use in general PvE. Yeah, it's probably one of those things where it would need to have shorter duration and a shorter cooldown, so that way you could use it more regularly. Like, you can cancel stance it to end it whenever you want and return to your original location, and that's really cool. I like that about Shadow of Haste. I think that's, like, cancel stancing stuff, like, doing interesting stuff with cancel stancing is really cool. And that's something that I like that's kind of theoretically in a couple of... Yeah, Shadow Walk is another skill whose nerfs make me so sad. And we'll talk about it when we get to it, the no attribute stuff. But, like, Shadow of Haste being, like, returning back to where you started from is much more useful in PvP I find, than PvE, because most of the time in PvE it's about going forward and going forward and going forward and returning to where you were, as opposed to the way battles play out in PvP. Which, like, I've done PvP in the past. It's just the environment's just very different now these days. So like I have some like old memories from it, but it's just like the ability to go back into your back line to be able to like heal up and everything is way more useful in a world where we're not leading our heroes into battle. And in that world, returning back to where you started from is just not useful, or is a lot less useful anyway. So like the base effect of what Shadow Haste does is it plants you in a location, lets you run off after people, and then when you're like suddenly getting attacked by a bunch of people, hit dash or discipline stance or something and just pop back to where you came from. Like that's really cool, but just not how PvE tends to play out. So like I would want to try something with Shadow of Haste to try a couple of different things to see like, oh, is this worth kind of the way that things kind of set up. Let's see. Shadowy Burden. Target foe moves slower and will have no other hexes. They have minus 20 armor against your attacks. I feel like I would consider this at 5 energy without the while that foe has no other hexes clause. I would consider trying this. Having a snare like this is useful. So I'd probably try some numbers like that. That brings us to Shroud of Distress. I personally wouldn't want to change anything to Shroud of Distress. I feel like the main thing that makes it really strong is its synergy with Shadow Form, as Shadow Form currently is. This is a really nice option to have. So, I don't know. I like it as is, and I don't really feel like I want to change it. That's where I sit. Smoke Powder Defense. This is an interesting idea. So there's a couple of different... Let's actually... Yeah, I think what I'd like with Smoke Powder Defense, I could see an argument that there should be a 50% chance to block instead of 75. I could absolutely see that. I wouldn't necessarily want to do that because it helps me beat the Norn fighting tournament so much, though. Yeah. Is Assassin the best melee PvE class, or do you think it's Dervish? Define best. I think that's the starting point for evaluating that. Different areas are going to have different things be good. So I would take the assassin in areas where there's certain things that I wouldn't like. Dervish is going to be better in some areas, assassin better in others for different tasks. I feel like Dervish is the more flexible profession in some regards. But I don't really have a good answer to that. Yeah, you're talking about Vow of Strength. I think Assassin is probably slightly stronger than Dervish in many ways. I feel like Dervish is slightly more flexible in what it can do. So I like them both. Yeah. Like, Dervish's options for managing energy are better, and it has like some more straightforward effects that are just really nice to use. Onslaught for increased movement speed and attack speed. Heart of Fury is a really nice increased attack speed skill. Radiant Scythe is really just useful energy management regardless of what you're doing, as long as you're trying to wield a scythe. In my mind, Dervish has a lot of very useful like flexibility. The fact that they can focus on adrenaline stuff makes it easier to bring in spells if you want to. The Avatar of Dwayna can be really good in areas where the freaking enemies are spamming empathy. Some things like that. I don't know. I feel like I feel like Dervish is definitely more flexible. Assassin's ability to really rock dagger stuff is quite strong, and daggers, like specifically spamming Death Blossom, is very powerful, but it's a bit of a tricky one. I feel like Smoke Powder Defense, I'd want to drop this probably to a 15-second recharge, kind of like Heart of Shadow. And then rather than it be this weird stance thing, I'd basically want it to change it to Viper's Defense, where it blinds instead of poisons. So Shadow Step to a location directly away from your target, and it blinds all adjacent foes before you do that. So how's this worded? All adjacent foes are blinded for X seconds, so 5, that's fine. Shadow Step to a nearby location directly away from your target. That's what I'd want to do with Smoke Powder Defense, is change it to that sort of effect. I think that would be a lot more useful. Unseen Fury, I'm cool with this as is. I can see that argument. I'd love to unpack it on my Discord. Because that sounds like an interesting discussion to have, but I also kind of want to get to finish this and also get to other skills today. So yeah, Unseen Fury, like I said, I like that skill as is. Viper's Defense, I like as is. Way of Perfection, I think is cool as is. Way of the Fox. Your next several attack skills cannot be blocked. I think this is a fine effect. I would probably just drop the I would drop the recharge or the duration entirely and just have it be your next X attack skills cannot be blocked. And I'd drop the cooldown to something more reasonable, like 20 seconds, and try it there and see how that felt. A lot of these are, here's a thing to try, see how it feels. Basically, the idea is I want to be able to put this up on myself. I don't want to have to worry about some of the other fiddliness of like, oh, it lasts 30 seconds or whatever. And I'd want to try out, like, if I can actually put this on myself a bit more regularly. How does that feel? The fact that this works with other weapons is really cool. That 45-second recharge just feels very prohibitive. So, gonna where I sit. Way of the Lotus, for 20 seconds the next time you hit with a dual attack, you gain energy. I actually think this one's a pretty sweet spell, even as is. I could see it having a shorter cooldown, just to make it like more of a 15-second, but I don't know that this one really I don't really feel like this one needs much change. It's useful in some circumstances where I have a fairly high energy cost, and that's C12 energy. That's not bad. I don't know. I feel like I would probably want to play with these numbers a little bit, try it at 15 seconds, see how that feels, and kind of mess around with the numbers a little bit. But the overall effect, I think, is really cool and works really well, so I'd want to kind of work off of that. I could also see, just as an aside, changing some of these ways to be stances. Like, I could see Way of the Fox as a stance that makes your attacks unblockable for a short, or like for the next couple, or Way of the Lotus, or whatever. I wouldn't necessarily change them to that, but I could see doing that if it was something like that. Seems like something that could be done. Assault enchantments. This one is fine. I feel like I'd want to lower the recharge. I feel like I remember the recharge being lower at one point in time, but I don't know. Maybe that's just some weird inaccurate memory. But must follow dual attack. Target foe loses all enchantments is a really strong effect, so I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like I'd want to change much about it other than lowering the cooldown to more like 3 seconds or something. The simple fact of the matter is I probably want Shattering Assault over it most of the time, so it feels like I would want it to be more aggressive. Yeah. Aura of Displacement. In PvE, I would drop this to like 5 energy, and I'd probably drop the cooldown, quite frankly, to like 12 seconds, 15 seconds, something like that. Maybe even more aggressive if I felt like that wasn't enough. But what Aura of Displacement does can be a lot more aggressive, I think. The fact is, returning to your original location, like I said, is a lot more useful in PvP than PvE. So, with some of the way that I want to buff the Deadly Art Shadow Steps, this easily can get those as well. Dash, I like where it's at. Lift Enchantment, I think, is a cool skill. Mark of Instability. Mark of Instability is one of those skills that I would want to, like, dramatically improve. Like, 5 energy and, like, a 12-second recharge and try it at that. At these numbers, I'd want it to not be next. I could also see moving this to Deadly Arts and changing it to have a scaled duration and just be for n seconds whenever target foe, or either whenever target foe or whenever target foe is hit by a dual attack, or whenever you hit target foe with a dual attack, that foe is knocked down. Something like that, where it worked like that. I could also see trying that. I wouldn't do anything to recall. This is one of those skills that, like, has some very useful niche uses. Shadow Meld. Shadow Stepping to target other ally is significantly less useful than Shadow Stepping. Like, this is the ally version of Aura of Displacement, and it is a lot worse. I would try putting this at, like, 5 energy, 8-second recharge, and just see, does that feel like this is worth ever using? You want to Shadow Step into enemies, not away from them most of the time. So Shadow Meld would have to be something incredible for me to want to use it. I could also see changing the effect entirely and moving it to Shadow Arts, to where it's like another alternative to, like, Shadow Form. I could see something like that, but yeah, in general, I could see it being an enchantment spell that's like Shadow Step to target ally for, like, a few seconds. You and that ally can't be hit by attacks, or attacks against you and that ally miss, or something like that. I could see something like that, where it has just, like, a short duration that protects you and the ally you Shadow Stepped to. In Shadow Arts, where the duration of the thing scaled there, I could see trying to play around with that. The effect as it is just not interesting to me. Shadow Walk. So this skill was really cool when it didn't have those interstitial sentences that say your attack skills are disabled for 1 second and your stances and enchantments are disabled for 10 seconds. When it was just Shadow Step stance, Shadow Step to target foe. For 15 seconds, nothing happens. When this stance ends, you return to your original location. When that was all it is, it was really sweet. I would try that at 25-second recharge and just see how that is. Like, just that. It was so cool. And now it's just really clunky. Like, when you could Shadow Step in, do stuff, and then Shadow Step out whenever you wanted during that 15 seconds, instead of having to wait 10 seconds, because it's disabling all of your other stances, right? Prevents you from being able to cancel stance it for that first 10 seconds. And I want to be able to cancel stance it for that first 10 seconds. That's part of what made Shadow Walk really cool. Also, the fact that it had no aftercast delay as a stance was really sweet, and I would want that back. So, yeah, that I would do that to it. Signet of Malice, I think, is fine as is. I could see dropping this to a 4-second recharge to bring it in line with Antidote Signet. I don't think it necessarily needs to be a 5-second. It is a lot more conditional, so. Signet of Twilight. This one is all right. I don't see a reason to not have this be a 1-second activation time or 15-second recharge, one of the two. I'd probably try 15-second recharge at 2-second activation time first. Spirit Walk and... Okay, so Spirit Walk... This seems overall fine to me. I could see slightly lower recharge. Swap, I would move to 5-second recharge to make it less tedious to get through Duncan. How's that? But yeah, otherwise I don't feel like... these effects are pretty cool. Spirit Walk is actually kind of like niche useful in some areas. It's kind of both, isn't it? Like, it is more of a ritualist skill, though. I will agree with you. That is more of a ritualist skill. It is useful for Shadow Stepping into enemy lines that place nature rituals as a random aside as well. So that's something to keep in mind. I think there are some areas where Spirit Walk... Like, Spirit Walk to me is really cool, and that is conditionally very strong, and otherwise can also be very weak. And I like its versatility of being able to Shadow Step into enemy lines that are using spirits as well as back into your back line. And that to me is really cool. swap, like I said, this is also an interesting idea, but this is mostly just a tool to help you deal with Duncan. And on that end, I would try like a 5-second recharge or something, just to make that less tedious. I like Wastrel's Collapse. All of your non-dagger attack skills are disabled for 10 seconds is probably a good line to have, just because that prevents it from being really good on other professions. I could see trying this without that line and just see, does this feel too strong if warriors and dervishes are able to, or like, does this feel too strong if it can be used with like scythes and warrior weapons? And I would try that just to experiment, just to see. I could see also, yeah, I would try that. I would just try that. But otherwise, overall, like that skill decently well. I want to talk about the non-profession skills as well, but I need to take a short break. So that's going to be like Isuran, Deldrimor, Ebon Vanguard, Lightbringer, Sunspear Rebirth Signet, Norn, and Resig. So, I mean, I wouldn't change anything to Resurrection Signet before anybody wondered. But we'll talk about those in just a moment. But I do need to take a short break. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes to talk about the non-profession skills. So, BRB. Hello, I have returned. I'm going to just quickly update the stream title. to indicate that I am talking about non-profession skills now. Hello, Judas King. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And welcome. Okay, so yes. Non-profession skills, like I said, these are primarily PvE-only skills. And yeah, I agree. Resurrection Signet and Sunspear Rebirth Signet are fine skills. The biggest problem when trying to talk about balancing the PvE-only skills, and I'll talk about this some more tomorrow as well, because I'm planning on doing the professional ones after talking about the Ritualist, is that they're all competing not only with profession skills, but also in the very tight 3 slots that you get to assign PvE-only skills to, which means that a lot of them are competing with each other in really difficult ways. Primarily because some are standouts. They're excellent. They are, I am unstoppable. Imlad, right? You move like a dwarf. Like, these are really good. And then others are wins. So never used, basically. So yeah. Because there's very limited slots, though, to stick them in, they have a lot of competition. The competition is a lot more intense for them. It's kind of like how competition for elite skills is very intense. So, yeah, I mean, that makes it hard to want to bring Sunspear Rebirth Signet, right? Because it's competing for one of your PvE-only slots. I could legitimately, like, if I wanted to try to buff Sunspear Rebirth Signet, I would just have it, like, recharge in a minute. Just slap a 60-second recharge on it instead of the morale boost thing, and that would instantly make it significantly more useful. And I wouldn't necessarily object to doing that either, frankly, because, like, I don't know how often you use Sunspear Rebirth Signet, gentle viewer, but I basically never do. I mean, as a player, it is hostile only. Wind says all foes within its range have a 15% chance to miss with ranged attacks. So it is hostile only. It's still insignificant enough to be not worth using, but I basically, I mean, rarely do I bring a resurrection skill on my player character as is. I usually delegate that to something I slap onto heroes. Even when I do bring a resurrection skill, it is typically a hard res, not Sunspear Rebirth Signet, not Resurrection Signet. So Sunspear Rebirth Signet is a very solid skill, but I feel like giving a 60-second recharge would make it a lot more appealing to me and actually worth considering in one of my limited PvE-only slots. So I would consider doing that. I think it's fine as is, but I kind of want it to compete a little bit better for those limited slots. It's not, like, Resurrection Signet doesn't have that competition, so... but anyway, let's go ahead and jump up to a certain title track. Air of Superiority. This is a cool skill that's unpredictable and does some interesting stuff and is useful for some farms. It has a place. You know what I'd want to do to this skill? Get rid of the stupid aftercast delay that makes you, like, stand around for a moment. Yeah. So, like, Air of Superiority, that's cool. Can we make it a little bit less cumbersome to actually use? That's what I'd want to do with Air of Superiority. Assurance Scan is one of those skills that gets used a lot. And I have really mixed feelings about it. The mixed feelings can basically be summarized as being able to have one skill that you can bring to deal with blind and blurred vision and blocking and all that stuff with just one skill is so useful. I kind of want to change it because I think the effect is too strong. At the same time, I don't want to change it because I think that would too badly nerf physical attackers in PvE compared to casters. So that's my conundrum. I'd be curious to know what other people think about that sort of thing. Is the solution to provide other ways for for melee to be able to deal with some of that stuff that they have to deal with. Again, like, it's a matter of trying to balance casters versus physical attackers, especially melee attackers, which are, frankly, in a bit of a more difficult spot in PvE just because of the way having to get the front line and all of that sort of stuff. It's not as bad as a player, because at least a player is not going to be an idiot standing around, body blocked, unable to attack, because its target is, you know, one beyond the current thing that's standing in front of it. Like, the melee AI in this game sucks. I think the solution would be just tweak it so that the anti-mechanic things aren't omnipresent. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where, like, does a certain scan need to change, or do enemy bars need to change? And I think there's a very strong argument that enemy bars should be the thing to change, not a certain scan. Or, like, a certain scan should change to something different. I feel like I just failed to express that sentiment. I feel like a certain scan should change to be something a little bit more interesting. Or, like, not this. But at the same time, enemy skill bars need to change in order to be able to, like, better accentuate certain things. So, like, is there a way that you can make it so that way enemies are more resilient to spellcasters, or make spellcasters less good? Make physical attackers better? And it's like, the fact is, in PvP, it's a well-known fact that, or at least it was back in the day. I don't know how the balance of PvP is now these days. But back when I was reading the Guild Wars Guru forums, and Ensign was complaining about how pitiful Elementalist damage was compared to Warrior damage output, in PvP, like, it, with elaborate posts about Warrior auto attack DPS with an axe versus an Elementalist spamming flare and all this sort of stuff. Aura of Thorns. Now I need to figure out which. Oh, Aura of Thorns is the yeah. I don't know why I'm looking somewhere else other than Earth Prayers. You're talking about Veil of Thorns, I assume? The percentage less from spells. I mean, part of the problem is that so much of our spell damage is armor ignoring that like, the fact that so much of it is armor ignoring is a huge deal. What I'd actually like to see for a Assurance scan, quite frankly, is a hex that, like, stuff you use against the scan foe, or, like, attacks against the scan foe are always critical hits or something like that. And probably a little bit more than just that, but like the idea that you scanned the foe and you found their weaknesses or something like that. I mean, even it being something like, for 12 seconds, target foe attacks against target foe are critical hits, and that foe and can't be blocked. Like, that to me would be like, oh, that's a good spot for a Surin scan. I mean, it is really good for assassins, but I mean, it's really good for everybody because it makes them deal more damage. I don't mind it being especially good for assassins. The big thing that I have is a problem is, like, okay, there's so many, like, the thing is, design is such an intricate, like, interconnected bundle of things that, like, enemy skill bars dictate what skills are good. And but anyway, yeah, back to the thing that I was talking about, like, with Ensign complaint, or, like, talking about Elementalist's flare being bad damage compared to Axe Warrior. Like, there's so much damage mitigation for physical attacks because physical attacks are really good persistent pressure damage, but enemies are bad at dealing with pressure, so are bad at dealing with spikes and stuff. So it's really easy to just overwhelm the enemy with just raw damage. And the way to, like, make melee damage better or, like, physical damage better in PvE is in part by making the enemies better at, like, dealing with damage and drawing out fights longer as a result, and like there's just this whole cascade chain of effects, and it's like, is that really good design? Is that really what people would want from PvE? So like, how can we kind of address some of that? I think the enemies using fewer anti-physical skills is, especially in normal mode, and like having better stuff to kind of like, it all comes down to like how sophisticated is the AI and how complicated are the AI bars, how competent are the AI bars. And I feel like in hard mode, I'd want the AI to be a lot smarter about spreading out, so that way AoE is less good. And smarter about like not fleeing until their HP gets low, rather than fleeing like as soon as they're touched. And things like that, where it's really easy to manipulate the AI and mitigate their damage and things like that. And if you're doing things that made it so that way, and like enemy durability can be a problem too. But anyways, there's just a lot of stuff where like a more sophisticated AI, like team AI patterns would, and more like competent skill bars, that would mean that you would have to do things more. And I don't know, it's all kind of complicated. But long story short, without changing the enemies, I wouldn't change a Surin scan. If I got to go through and also change a bunch of enemy skill bars, which I think is warranted, quite frankly, especially like what I'd want to do for hard mode is make enemy skill bars and AI more competent, not just give them boosted stats. Then I would want to change a Surin scan to be something slightly different, something that would make the enemy take more damage, or maybe just like the enemy takes a flat percentage more damage. Or something that kind of represents the idea of you found their weak points. Like you've used the Surin scan to find their weak points, and they can't stop you from hitting them. So like stuff that prevents them from blocking. That's kind of the direction I'd want to take a Surin scan in like a more complete overhaul world, where like the AI stuff can be a bit more like what enemies do is a bit more balanced in terms of like being able to mitigate the effectiveness of spellcaster damage to where physical damage is proportionately better than it is, and things like that too. There's just a lot of different sort of factors that kind of have to come into play. And like part of that too, I think the biggest thing that would help, frankly, with enemy skill bar stuff is if enemy teams were not composed of so many duplicates. Like when you look at an enemy team, and let's say Shards of War. Shards of War is one of those spots where I really want to Surin scan, because they have, like, you run into a team and it's got like 3 Blinding Surge, Eruption, Lightning Touch Elementalists in it. So like it's impossible to not just be perma-blinded in there. If it was more feasible to not be perma-blinded, because they have like one of those guys and like this thing and that thing, and like more variety in what the enemies did, that would dramatically help with some of this sort of stuff. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Mental block. This is one of those skills that I'm like, this is fine. I like the design of this skill. I don't know that I like. There aren't that many places where I want to use this necessarily. In part, it's because it's an enchantment that gets knocked off really easily because there's so much enchantment removal. But this feels like one of those skills that has a use to it. I could see dropping it to 5 energy, though. I think that would be... Mental block is amazing at disappointing you. Yeah, I feel like mental block is one of those, like... It's a really cool idea, and it, like, kind of works, but it's really easy for enchantments to be removed. And the biggest issue with it, frankly, is that I often will want my defensive options, like, when I come under fire. And mental block can be a little awkward at that. I feel like if this was a slightly lower duration, lower recharge, lower cast time, and lower energy, like 5 energy, quarter second cast time, like 6 or 8 second, probably about 8 second cooldown, and like closer to like a 6 second duration, then that would be a lot more appealing to me. Because then, oh, I'm under attack, I throw on mental block as like a personal guardian. Like, to me, that's an interesting direction to go. It makes it more appealing. That's kind of like an emergency defense. That has the ability to be reapplied whenever you get hit. I don't know, something like that, where it's like more of an insta-guardian. Part of the problem with mental block is the calculation 50% chance to block is so broken that you can throw up mental block, have it fail to block 12 times in a row. Yeah, I mean, this goes down to like coin flips can be very streaky, and people are bad at recognizing randomness. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, what you really want mental block to do is, instead of saying you have a 50% chance to block attacks, have it be you block every other attack. That's what you want it to be. Right, that's realistically what it feels like it should be. But like, coin flips are always going to kind of feel that way, and so this is an interesting discussion to have. I don't know. This is my stream. We can have it now. One of the things that I don't know how many of you have played Pokemon, but there's always an interesting decision point on whether or not you want to bring, particularly with fire, lightning, and ice, whether or not you want to bring the 95 base power spell with 100 accuracy, or it's now 90, but because they nerfed them, or if you want to bring the 120 base power, now 110 because they nerfed them, spell with the 70% accuracy. I think one of them is like 85, like Fire Blast might be 85, but we'll just use lightning as an example. Do you want to bring Thunder or Thunderbolt? Thunderbolt deals less damage, but is more accurate. Thunder is, I mean, it deals more damage, but has a chance to miss. Because those systems are binary in their outcome. You either hit or you miss, and if you miss, you basically skip your turn, and skipping your turn in Pokemon is bad. Just so bad. Because the pace of the play is very high. Like, each turn is high impact. It means that sort of binary outcome makes everything more heavily weighted in terms of the negatives if you roll poorly than if it was a gradated outcome. So that's something that we have going on here, where the outcome is binary. You either got hit or you didn't. There's no in between. Combined with the fact that human beings are really bad at recognizing randomness, we expect randomness to have a certain lack of pattern. To us, randomness is not anything could happen. It reads as there being no discernible pattern, right? So failing to block 12 times in a row or blocking 12 times in a row are both totally possible random outcomes. They're unlikely, but they're totally possible. However, they don't feel random because there's a pattern, right? It failed to work or didn't fail to work or whatever. Whereas something like blocking 2 times, then failing to block 3 times, and then blocking 4 times, and then like blocking another, or then like missing once and blocking once, and like where it's kind of like inconsistent, where it feels like the digits of pi going off, right? That feels more random to us because there's no discernible pattern. Whereas when we start seeing patterns, that's when it feels less random. It feels like, because like so often our brains process random as a type of non-pattern. So that also kind of like messes with stuff. The sign time function that Guild Wars uses for determining whether blocks succeed or is legitimately not oscillating at high enough frequency. Yeah, I mean, I legitimately do not know how blocking is programmed into the game. So there could very well be some weird streakiness to their RNG in a way that's not intended. Does the wiki have anything on that? Now that the wiki's back up, does it have anything about blocking? Blocking is one of the game mechanics that prevents an attack from hitting. Yeah. Yes, each block chance is... Yeah, checked on a per basis. And it doesn't say anything about how it works on the main page. Maybe the discussion says something. Yeah, I don't know what the underlying function is. I'd assume they just do a call to the random number generator. What I could see doing with Mental Block, though, is doing kind of a reverse version of Wary Stance. That says something like, for 11 seconds, you block non-attacks, like, you block attacks against you except for attack skills, and then whenever you're hit, it refreshes. So, like, Wary Stance blocks all attack skills against you. You're /warrior right now. That's useful. So, like, attack skills against you, you block any attack skills used against you. I'd basically have it, you block any attacks against you that are not attack skills from Mental Block. That could be a different direction that you could take it. So that way it reliably stops all of the small hits, but isn't any good against the big ones, or like the attack skill ones. That could be an interesting direction to take it. Don't know what you think of that one or not, but I could see that being useful as well. I'm overall mostly okay with where it's at, and would just want to tweak it to be a little bit more like instant use, I'm under attack sort of thing. But Mindbender, I don't ever use this one. For 16 seconds, you move 33% faster, and your spells take 20% less time to cast. Less cast time is just not really that exciting to me. This would need to be substantially less to have it be exciting. It's just like changing a 1 second cast time to a 4/5 cast time is just not amazing to me. When do you ever use it? Because I never use Mindbender. Like, I feel like I would want the spellcasting benefit to also ramp up to where it caps at like 75% less time to cast. Yeah. I also kind of would want it to, like, okay, so for me, the feel bad of here is it's not 100% uptime, but I could see this at like having the less time to cast going to 75% and it being more interesting. I could also see, instead of reducing cast time, having it reduce recharge. Your spells take 20% less time to recharge. That would probably be very strong. But I don't know. Frankly, if I were to change one thing about it, it would probably be to like adjust the recharge and duration so that way it has 100% uptime. Because these sorts of skills, I just want them to be 100%. But that's probably just my own mental bias going on. And that's the thing, is like, this skill is actually a run speed buff, and the spell cast time decrease is a benefit. So, to me, Mindbender is like, I get caught up on your spells take 20% less time to cast, and then it feels bad because I can't keep that up 100% of the time, when in fact it's a 33% faster move speed buff. I think the other thing that I could see that would make this more appealing is if it was a flash enchantment spell. Then I would be a lot more excited in it as well. And then it would feel more like a run speed buff rather than having to stand around for 1 second to use it. Pain Inverter is very strong as is. I wouldn't change anything with it at the offhand. It'd be hilarious. Like, so the thing that I'd want to do with Pain Inverter is I'd want to remove the maximum cap for like a day just to see what that would do to the game. Just because I'd be really curious. I'd love to see the videos of like people getting huge damage out of like Duncan and just nuking Duncan the Black just absolutely out of existence. I've heard Radiation Field has some use in some weird like farming situations. I have no idea what exactly those are. To me, this feels really weak. And like, if I wanted to make this appealing for, yeah, if I wanted to make Radiation Field like appealing for general PvE play, I think I might actually want to change it into a well instead of a ward. Be like, I mean, the effect as it is actually plays really well for the theme of like you're creating an area where there's radiation, enemies are degenerating in it, and then when it ends, they're left diseased. Like that's kind of neat. But disease is one of those conditions that it's kind of like wonky to actually play with because of how many human enemies there are that drop them. Yeah, wards do. I know what you mean. You said it exactly backwards, but I know what you mean. Yeah, it doesn't cost any corpses. In a well would. Like, what I'd basically want to change this to is I'd want to change this to, like, a strong degen well effect, kind of like a well of suffering that applied. I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like, because again, like my goal would be to make this feel more appealing in PvE than it currently does, than it currently feels. And I'm not quite sure how I'd want to go about doing that. I could also see it being something that, like, if it was a well instead of a ward, if it was a well that's like creatures standing in the area of the well lose health per second. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wards don't cost corpses, wells do. Yeah, if it was an effect basically that caused life loss in the area instead of health degen, that would be a lot more appealing to me. I don't know. I feel like some of the stats I'd want to change as well, but I need to kind of work with that base thing first. But something that is not like just part of the health degeneration. Again, I've heard that this is used as part of some certain farming setups, because it, like, maybe with Shadow Form or something, because it doesn't have the damage cap or whatever. But I never use this in standard PvE, so I feel like making it a bit more usable would be nice. Smooth Criminal. It just takes a random spell from a foe. I want this to use that to, like, instead of being an energy regaining skill, get rid of that energy line. Instead, have it read, you use that spell as if it had N attributes, where, like, it scaled up to 15 at 5 Asura, right? It started at, like, 8. And then as your Asura goes up, it goes up to 15. So that way you can actually use the spell that you steal with Smooth Criminal. That, to me, would be really cool, and I would like that. I feel like these Elementalist summons are neat, but I honestly kind of just want them to be more of the actual thing. That would probably be too strong if these were basically like a summoning stone. But imagine how cool it would be to summon an ice imp that uses Maelstrom. Wells are problematic because they require corpses, and since GW doesn't simulate fatigue, by the point you could use a well, you're already winning the engagement. It's basically just bringing a spell. Yeah, I can see that argument, that wells are a little bit like, oh, you're already killing the enemy, so why do you need to kill them more? I think that they probably work a little bit better in PvP from that standpoint, and it probably would be a lot better if enemies were weaker? No, better. If they had better, more complicated skill bars that made them more durable. So that way when you take an enemy down, it's not like you've just completely collapsed all of the enemy. But again, like, yeah, but I can exactly see what you're saying with the win more sort of situation. I don't necessarily mind this being a ward, but I like the idea of it being health loss instead of more degeneration sort of effect, and like lasting a bit longer and maybe not taking 2 seconds to cast, or not 15 energy or whatever. Yeah, these summons are all kind of cool, but like I said, what I think would be particularly neat is if more of them had conditional things. So like the Naga Shaman has stoning, which cares about weakness. If they all had something that cared about a condition, that would be cool. Or like, had a conditional clause. I'd need to look through the Elementalists to see. Or alternatively, if they weren't all Elementalists. But yeah, I think there's a good argument for it. Like, legitimately, what I'd love is if summon summoned an Ice Imp with Mind Freeze and Maelstrom. You know, our beloved Ice Imp that makes you angry and upset. If summon Mersat got you a Mersat with friggin' Spectral Agony, like make these elite skills. I don't care. Why not? Why not make these elite skills and make them summon the legitimate thing, like the proper, legitimate, terrifying thing, where it's like, what does an Ice Imp bar look like? I know that they have Mind Freeze and Maelstrom. So, like, Eye of the North ones have 15 water magic. They have Aura of Restoration, Frigid Armor, Ice Spear, Maelstrom, Mind Freeze, and Water Attunement. So give me that. Let me summon an Ice Imp with that. Let me summon a Mersat with friggin' Spectral Agony and Thunderclap. I don't know what the heck a Naga Shaman has. Wait, is there literally no regular Naga Shaman? There is no... Naga Shamans are not a thing outside of this. Huh. Hang on, I'm looking up Naga. Mersat with true Spectral Agony would not be relevant. I mean, Spectral Agony can absolutely wreck some stuff. That's just Rage Destruction, Draw Spirit, Grasmus Kurong, Nightmare Weapon. Naga Ritualists. What about Naga Rain Callers? What do those have? These are Xingje Islands. Yeah, they have Shadowstone, Lightning Touch, Arc Lightning, and Tanai's Prison. Naga Warrior, Archer, and Ritualist. What do these ones have? Oh, okay. I mean, I could see the Naga, Elder Naga Ritualist that has Answers as Rage, Destruction, Draw Spirit, Grasmus Kurong, and Nightmare Weapon. Outside of Prophecies, all monsters of level 24 plus are in fully infused armor. Well, just stop doing that then. Why make everything fully infused? How often does that come up anyway? I want friggin' Spectral Agony to wreck some stuff. Or just give them a version from the bonus mission pack. I don't care. Like, it's a little bit more balanced. Give me a real whatever that does stuff. Give me friggin' Searing Flames, Ruby Jin, or Savannah Heat. I don't really care. Like, make them elites, make them terrifying. Like, that would be sweet. I would love that. I don't know how often people would be using them, but anyway. Technobabble. Pre-nerf Searing Flame. Yeah, or the Savannah Heat version, frankly, is probably fine. It's probably better, because Searing Flames you kind of want in mass. Just so it can slam Doomfire. Yeah, the fact that they're all Elementalists is kind of wonky, too. I mean, the summon Mersat could, like, summon a Mersat monk or necromancer. Probably not a monk, but, like, Mersat Mesmer. E-Surge Mesmer. Wouldn't you love to summon an E-Surge Mesmer with summon Mersat? How much would be staple people's bars because of that, if that was the case? Technobabble. Target foe and all adjacent foes. I mean, Technobabble is good. I don't feel like I'd change anything with Technobabble. It's one of those skills that's, like, useful, but I don't feel like I have to bring it everywhere, but it's still really good. Bite Rules Hammer. This is a fun one. I don't know that it's great. Like, people honestly need more Seizure Remember. Yeah, that's exactly the joke. E-Surge is too good as it currently is. But, I mean, I talk about that extensively in the Mesmer part, so whatever. I'm not going to relitigate that here. But Earl's Hammer, this is one of those skills that's kind of like fun that I kind of like to bring every now and then. I kind of want this to be, I don't know, this is just kind of like a mass vengeance. I feel like I want some way of it not having the party members die, but I'm not quite sure what that would be. So, maybe something like, if by Earl's Hammer, let's see. When this effect ends, if there's an enemy within earshot of that party member dies, but does not incur a death penalty. Something like that. So that way, if you use it when there are no enemies around, it... Oh yeah, refreshing all their cooldowns would actually be good. I don't know about instant cast on their next spell or not, but that's not a terrible idea either. I kind of like the idea of, like, if there's no enemies left when Earl's Hammer would end, if there's no enemies around, then they don't die. That to me would be an interesting adjustment to it that would make it a little bit more appealing as well. Because then you could kind of use it as a mass res. Don't Trip. I feel like this is one of those skills that's like borderline almost just fine. It's nice for countering Giant Stomp. Has anybody ever played with like 4 people bringing this and chaining it? I feel like you'd almost want 5 to make sure you got your cooldowns covered, but I don't know. This is like almost there. I feel like if it lasted like a couple more seconds, like another 2 seconds, I'd be a lot more excited by it. Or something. I'm not sure. Alcar's Chemical Acid. So this one is really sweet against destroyers. 120 armor ignoring damage against destroyers and inflicting cracked armor on them is really strong. I think what I'd want to do with this one is swap the 50 and 70 around, so that way it has a stronger initial hit. So it's 70 damage to target foe and adjacent foes, and destroyers take an additional 50 damage and have cracked armor for 20 seconds. I also feel like this would probably be fine at 5 energy. I'm not sure if that would be too good or not. I'd need to try it at that value. I don't ever use Black Powder Mine. All nearby foes are struck for 30 damage and become blinded and begin bleeding for 10 seconds. I mean, it's a trap, so it's easily interrupted. Yeah, I think that's probably a lot of it, is there's just not a whole lot of situations where you need mass knockdown protection. Like, theoretically, it'd be useful against the Jade Brotherhood and their Dragon Stomp, but at that point, you might as well just interrupt Dragon Stomp. Another area where it would be useful is Dragon's Lair in the 6th area, the Warrior area, but that, unfortunately, those knockdowns are not broadcast, so actually timing it to get them would be massively obnoxious. But yeah, I never use Black Powder Mine, and I feel like it's great on Trapper Ranger as a 3rd stacked trap. Yeah. I feel like if this was 5 energy with a 10-second recharge, it would be amazing. Just pile up traps, watch them explode when they walk into it. I assume the 30 damage is armor ignoring because it's not typed here. I don't know. I haven't really played with this skill much. Maybe it's better than it looks, but it just looks not great. So I kind of want a little bit something to kind of make it easier to drop. By easier to drop, I mean that's true. Traps are kind of like almost more balanced around like stacking a pile of them, so that way when something walks into it, they're just hit by a sudden pile of damage, right? It's like, basically, I want, like, how do you design a trap that's good by itself, where you're not trying to do a bunch of trap abuse? Or trap abuse, I don't know if that's the right way to phrase it, but where you're not trying to, like, do a trapping build that's, like, making a death zone that you then lure enemies into. Like, is it possible to set up traps that feel good outside of that without being overpowered in that scenario? And that's kind of the big question mark that I have. Brawling Headbutt, I think the skill is fine as is. I quite like it. Breath of the Great Dwarf is one of those skills that feels like I want it to have a shorter recharge or something. It's like kind of okay, but 10 energy with at a 15-second recharge is a bit much. Yeah, it is. But that's an expertise, as I recall. So that makes trap, like, how do I make it so that way using this feels better on a non-ranger? Is kind of what it comes down to. Yeah, I'd like Breath of the Great Dwarf at something slightly better. I'm not quite sure what that would be. I feel like a slightly lower cooldown would be what I'd want on it, though. Okay, so let's talk about the drunk skills. I don't like the drunken mechanic personally. I just don't. That's just me. I don't like it. What I would want to do is, like, I think Drunken Master is a fine skill, kind of, especially if you're able to get the drunk benefit. What I would want to do, basically, for the drunken skills is make it so that way if you have the drunk title track, which this character is working on, theoretically. You can see this one's the one that I'm going for titles on. But if you have Drunkard, rank 1 at least, I'd want being, like, having your Drunkard title be your selected title should make those skills work. That's what I want. Yeah, I can see the argument for that as well. But yeah, so I want Drunkard to, like, having Drunkard showing as counting as being drunk for the purposes of those skills. Like, that's what I would want. That'd make Drunken Master a lot more playable. I don't know why Dwarven Stability is if you activate the skill while drunk, you cannot be knocked down. Like, this skill's strength is predominantly in increasing stance duration anyway. And in that, like, I'm fine with it as is, just for a it's a unique effect, and I think that's a cool effect to have on a PvE only skill. You don't like the stance duration? Should just be removed and merged. So you'd basically go to every single stance in the game and double its duration and get rid of the stance duration and Dwarven Stability. That's what it sounds like you were saying. I don't know if that's what you actually mean. I mean, I personally think that increasing stance duration like that is interesting and fine to have on a PvE only skill. So I can see that you feel, or at least you're expressing it in strong language. So I'm curious to hear. So you, in general, what you're basically saying is you feel like stances are underpowered. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I can see feeling that way. especially because like a lot of the warrior defensive stances were adjusted to have shorter duration relative to or like shorter cooldown and durations and stuff. I wouldn't mind changing Dwarven Stability to be enchantment spell for 30 seconds. You can't be knocked down while you're using a stance. I could see something like that, absolutely. Rather than having this whole drunken thing, just be like, if you're using a stance, then you can't be knocked down. And that would be an interesting alternative idea as well. That would be really useful in circumstances, far and wide. Earbite, okay, so like this is one of those skills that I don't really use much, but I think it's actually kind of okay. It's a long bleed, it's good piercing damage. Yeah, calling out a specific skill like that's awkward. I would buff Dwarven Battle Stance. I forget exactly what I discussed with it though on the video, so go check out the warrior part for what I'd actually do to Dwarven Battle Stance, or at least why I suggested doing it at that time. But I mean, that is a stance, so it would intrinsically work with it if it prevented you from being knocked down while using stances. But yeah, so Earbite is one of those skills that, like, this seems fine. The biggest awkwardness with it is using it and then being down adrenaline means that you can't really combo it with certain things. I will say, the fact that Brawling Headbutt into low blow is not a thing because this loses an adrenaline is really, and this, when you use that, is really awkward. But anyway, Earbite, I think, is one of those skills that's like, it's fine, but it's just kind of like niche, and I'm not quite sure what to do about that. If Earbite made that foe lose the effect of a Shout or Chant on them, that would be hilarious and would make it a really interesting choice in some areas. Like, oh, I used Earbite on you, and you lost the effects of a Shout or Chant, right? Because your ear was bitten. And then that would also, like I said, be useful in some areas where enemies use like. I'm thinking particularly of Watch Yourselves or Stand Your Ground. Great Dwarf Armor. This is one of those skills I think is actually probably a little bit better than it looks like it is. It really feels like a Protection Prayer spell to me. And the fact that it's not is kind of weird. Like, the fact that there's not a Protection Prayer spell that's like for like a period of time, maybe not 40 seconds, but target ally has plus 24 armor and plus 60 maximum health. Like, that feels like it could be Protection Prayers, and the fact that it's not is really, really wonky. It's not like Protection Prayers can't raise armor. It does on 2 elites, but it's just something Monk doesn't do much. Warrior, or like armor increasing is something that's kind of more of a warrior thing with Watch Yourself and Save Yourselves. The biggest problem that this skill has, frankly, is it's an enchantment spell and therefore not difficult for the enemy to remove. I think if this was some other thing that didn't come off as easily, it would be a lot more appealing in places. Or if it applied to party members at large, that would be an alternative change to it. So if it's like enchantment spell for 40 seconds, party members, or all allies in earshot have plus 24 armor, plus 60 maximum health, and an additional plus 24 armor against destroyers, that would be really sweet and spicy. Probably would need to be like 10 energy at that point, and maybe a slightly longer cooldown, or less duration, or both. But I'd be interested in that spell potentially. Great Dwarf Weapon. This is actually a really strong skill that I basically never use because you can't cast it on yourself. I would try having this being able to be target allies' weapons instead of target other allies to see if, like, if I, as a dervish, can use this on myself. Is that too powerful? I don't know that it would be, but I'd like to try it. Light of Deldermore. Ooh, about Great Dwarf Weaponing yourself. Light of Deldermore, I'd want to be this... I was thinking about this the other day. I'd want to try this at 7-second recharge, because I don't know if you've ever tried using Light of Deldermore in dungeons, but waiting for this to recharge for your pings and to like uncover stuff is really annoying. The build for Great Dwarf Weapon. Yeah, I mean, using Great Dwarf Weapon on Spirit Strength would be amazingly fun. Because you drop Vital Weapon for it. The rest of these are... Yeah. I don't know if the 80 damage would be too much at 7-second recharge. I would certainly try it there first and see if it felt like it was. I don't think it would be, but maybe it should be like 60, 65. I just want this recharge to be shorter because it would be so much more convenient for use in dungeons. Also, the graphic from this skill is amazing, and I love the visual effects for it. Low blow is dealt 70 damage. If that foe is knocked down, they take an additional 50 damage to suffer cracked armor. I have no idea how good this skill is, and I want to try it at some point. I feel like this is a skill that could actually be really decent in some areas, but I just haven't really played with it much. I feel like it's probably fine. It's just the fact that it doesn't synergize with Brawling Headbutt's really awkward. That's all. Snowstorm, I also like the spell just fine, as is. Death Strike, this is a really cool skill in that it's a ranged attack. That's the only thing that's just a ranged attack. So it works with wands, it works with spears, and it works with bows and staves, technically. I mentally combine staves and wands. It's kind of the same thing. They're technically not, but... First of all, if the foe has cracked armor, it begins bleeding for 30 seconds is such a weak clause. Also, what's going on with this art? Hang on, I'm trying to get a bigger sized picture. Actually, you know what? I want to get a nice screenshot of this here too. Yeah, what is going on in the art for Death Strike? It looks like something with a sword, but it deals with range attacks. Is this person holding a revolver? Like, what's going on here? I feel like they had ideas that they changed at various times. I would want this to deal plus damage as an aside. I'm not quite sure how much. If you really wanted to make this interesting, swap the conditions. If that foe is bleeding, they begin suffering. This inflicts cracked armor, or just even have this like, if you wanted to do like the minimal change to this, just change it to be if this attack hits, target foe takes 30 damage and suffers from cracked armor for 30 seconds. Allowing me to be able to apply cracked armor with a ranged attack like this would be really handy for some builds. Let's see. Looking at Elementalist, for example. But yeah, what I'd actually want to do with this is I'd want it to be plus damage. And either, like, if that foe has cracked armor, something useful, or have some other thing going on with it. I could also see if that foe has cracked armor, they're dazed for like 5 seconds or something. That feels not unreasonable. Being able to inflict cracked armor with a range attack would actually be really useful on Ranger as well, now that I think about it. So I would strongly consider that as another possible alternative direction. I'm going to go back to my small grid here. It's just massive. But Death Strike is definitely one of the skills that needs a buff. I feel like the Ebon Vanguard standards are all pretty decent. Standard of Courage is probably the least exciting one. For 20 seconds, non-spirit allies in the area have a 60% chance to have the recharge time of spells they cast. What I don't understand about Ebon Battle's Standard of Wisdom is why isn't it not just a raw, like, spells cast by allies in this area recharge, like, 25% faster? I don't know what 0.6 times 0.5 actually is offhand. I guess 0.3, so that's the 30% chance is kind of on average, what it averages out to, but that's not actually how it works. I feel like I'd want this to just be a raw, like, set value of reduction instead of a chance to be halved, but anyway. Battle Standard of Honor is really solid, as is a very good skill. Battle Standard of Courage, I feel like this one's probably okay, but looks a lot worse if Earth magic wards are a little bit different. I think this is the sort of skill... I don't know why they love plus 24 armor so much. Does anybody know why they had such an obsession with plus 24 armor? Great Dwarf armor does 24 and 24. This is 24 and 24. This one starts at 12 and 12, and I feel like it gets up to like a 24-24 range at 12. Maybe at like 15. I don't know, they just really like 24 for a value of armor, and I'm not quite sure why. Regardless, I don't tend to use this one much either. I think if soul twisting stuff was a bit worse, this would be better. Yeah. Ebon Escape. This skill's fine as is. Ebon Vanguard Assassin support's really good as is. I don't feel like these need to change. Or I would not change these. Sniper support is really cool. I would drop this to like 5 energy and bring the recharge down to 12 seconds. It's armor respecting damage, which means it doesn't necessarily even one-shot stuff, especially like even when it does get the plus 900 damage. So I would make this a bit better. Signet of Infection. This is one of those things, like, this is a reasonable skill, but like the problem is this has a really hard time competing with other PvE-only skills for one of your limited slots. So I feel like I'd want Signet of Infection to somehow be a bit stronger. But I'm not really sure how. Like, I would say, oh, make it AoE, but disease automatically starts becoming AoE, so I don't know. Maybe just remove the bleeding clause, but maybe that's a little strong. Sneak attack I like as is. Tryptophan Signet's a heck of a lot better than it looks. So I think this is actually a very strong skill that I just don't tend to use much. Weakness Trap. All nearby foes are weakened for 20 seconds and take 50 lightning damage. All char knocked down. I feel like Weakness Trap should have a shorter recharge, but I don't know. This is, again, I like Black Powder Mine. I just don't tend to use these traps very often. I don't mind there being traps, but traps are really awkward to try to use. So I'm not sure under what circumstances I'm using this. I feel like I'd want to pick Black Powder Mine first before I'd pick Weakness Trap. But Weakness Trap is probably better for like stacking traps. I'm just not sure the scenario in which I'd use Weakness Trap is the main issue. What's going on in this icon too? I don't know, it looks like somebody's about to be hit by a friggin' log. Or a low-flying missile or plane or something. All char are knocked down. I mean, that's a strong clause. I don't know, it's just one of those things where just I don't have much use for this guy, and I feel like it could be on like a 15 or 20 second recharge and it'd be fine. Wins. So this one I basically never use. First of all, it needs to have like a 3/4 second activation time, not a 5 second activation time, to even begin entering the discussion of a skill I would consider. Also, I just feel like the mischance needs to be higher. Or something like that. Or like all foes within this range, like make enemy projectiles slower and hit less hard, like slower and have less damage. I don't know. I feel like there's stuff that could be done to winds to make it appealing in that sort of general direction. You can summon it with Ritualist Summon Spirits. Sure. But, like, it's still 5-second activation times are painfully long. Technically, it's an Ebon Vanguard ritual. Yeah, like 50% miss chance, something like that. It needs to be a bit. It needs to be substantially stronger to be worth spending a slot and on. I mean, if it made ranged foes miss half the time, that would be a huge improvement. Lifespan like the other nature rituals and not 1.5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it could get up to 2 minutes. That's kind of where nature rituals go. I mean, it's an Ebon Vanguard ritual, not a nature ritual technically, but the 5-second activation time is a real kicker, and like what you are getting for the amount of effort you're investing into using this is just not commensurate to the effect. So it needs to be a much stronger miss chance, and it needs to or have some other additional effect that's stronger. It's kind of a cool icon though. Bunch of arrows being knocked off course. Or alternatively, it could provide this debuff to enemies and make your projectiles stronger somehow. Like all foes within this earshot have a 15% chance to miss with ranged attacks, and all allies within earshot have a plus 15% chance for their ranged attacks to be critical hits. Something like that. Still, I'd want a shorter activation time. Like I said, 3/4 second, a second, something like that. I don't mind the idea of giving all of your allies ranged stuff increased crit chance. That seems like a reasonable sort of point. Maybe like 20% either way. I don't know, something like that. Let's go ahead and move on to Lightbringer skills. I kind of want to make sure I'm getting through all this. We covered those guys, so we just need to get through these in Norn, and then I'll be wrapping up for the day. Crits would be weird. How would your ranged attacks, like your allied rangers' ranged attacks, getting additional critical hit chance, hurt rangers and buff Ellies? I am confused on that one. I mean, I like the idea of it basically is like, hey, it's making your stuff function better, and the enemy stuff function worse. That's kind of the thinking. But Lightbringer Signet, I mean, this is a very specific skill. It's very good at what it does. I wouldn't change anything about the Lightbringer skills, I don't think. I am really confused about why Lightbringer's Gaze is not armor ignoring holy damage, why it's armor respecting. I would expect this to be a bit different. It's interesting having the increased additional effect for each thing. I don't know. I don't think it needs to self-disable itself. I would let it, like, if the enemies want to spam Quickening Zephyr, then let me Lightbringer's Gaze every 7.5 seconds. That's my thought there. Lightbringer's Gaze. Fine skill. Shouldn't disable itself. Ranger's archery damage doesn't actually benefit from their own crit damage because bows hit for nil base damage. The way I actually deal damage with archery where you stack plus 30 to plus 60 extra damage ignores crits. That's not generally been my 100% experience with bows. It would also be good with Keen Arrow and Disrupting Accuracy. Sure, but if all you're using is Needling Shot, like Needling Shot with glass arrows is a bar you could run, but there's other things you can do. I don't know what typical ranger builds most people run look like, but and the thing is, it would also improve spear crits. So, but yeah, these skills are fine at what they do. That's fair. Together as one is a very strong skill. Dodge this. This is one of the skills that I like just fine. I don't know. This is a nice, like, option to just kind of toss in. It's basically an attack skill, but stacks with attack skills. I enjoy it. Finish him. This is good. This is I am unstoppable is a strong skill. I am the strongest. I don't know. I don't tend to like to use I am the strongest much. I feel like this is actually a fine skill though, and I just ignore it when I shouldn't. You're all weaklings. Target foe and all adjacent foes. So this one I don't tend to ever use, and I think a lot of the reason why is because there are other ways of applying weakness that are not this, that have bigger area of effects and are called Enfeebling Blood. Like if I want to be spreading mass weakness, I'm going to throw Enfeebling Blood on a Necromancer. Yeah. For sure. The thing is, like, this is plus 160 damage on a 20-second cooldown. That's not bad. I could see dropping I am the strongest cooldown to, like, 10 seconds, though. Or, something along those lines. You are all weaklings is... Yeah, like I was saying, this is one of those skills that I don't tend to use, because there's other ways of applying weakness that are better. What would I want this to be? What would make this interesting? I mean, what if this applied a debuff that made enemies deal minus N damage? Weakness is potent. Well, part of it, too, is that they added the -1 attribute effect to it fairly, like, later into things. So I'm not sure how much they, like, considered the cost of applying weakness when they added that effect. It would be neat if this had an additional line that was just like, you are cured of weakness. Target foe and foes adjacent. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would want something more to this. The other thing that kind of strikes me as an option is put this down to 10-second recharge, and then have it be target foe and all adjacent foes are knocked down if they are weakened. Otherwise, they apply weakness to them for 12 seconds or something. Yeah, I could see something like that as well. That like can heal you conditions more in mass. Something I could also see like target foe and foes adjacent to target are weakened for 12 seconds. For each foe affected by you are all weaklings, you lose a condition or something like that. I don't know. Imlad's a really good skill. I actually think a Touch of Guile is surprisingly strong. That's 80 armor ignoring damage. It does require touch range though. Combos really nicely with Brawling Headbutt. Recharge feels a little bit long on it though at 15. Maybe 12 seconds would be a little better. I think Club of 1,000 Bears is fine. I don't know why it has if target foe is non-human though. I just want it to be an unconditional knockdown. Attack hits, it deals plus 9 damage for each adjacent foe, maximum 60 damage. And that foe is knocked down. I just don't know why the knockdown has the non-human condition. It's very weird to me. Feel no pain. For 30 seconds you have... I mean, I call this Norn mending. The fact that you have to be drunk to get the additional HP is a little annoying. I feel like if being able to turn on Drunkard made this always work, I don't know how it would sit. I feel like the health regen from this needs to scale up to more like +5 instead of just +3. That would start to be more interesting to me. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like +5 health regen and Drunkard title track being able to be clicked on to make drunk effects happen makes this a lot more appealing as a skill. Okay, this gets us to the blessings. I don't like the blessings. The idea is interesting of, like, here's a thing that gives you all of these things and stuff. But, like, fundamentally what they are, Pure Beef Warrior get up to... multiplied then to 14 million effective HP by a Bonder Monk. Yeah, probably. I don't like the blessings because, to me, the thing that's cool about the game is the custom skill bars, and these all make unified skill bars and basically just turn every profession into that thing. They're really uninteresting and unexciting to me. And I do not like the design of them. I don't know how many players actually like the blessings. That'd be really interesting to know how many people like the blessings. The fact that you also don't get to look cool by taking on the form is a little annoying as well. I remember when Urson Blessing was really, really good for farming, and that was terrible for the game, and they had to nerf it a bunch. I don't know what I'd want to do with the blessings, though. I really don't. Yeah. I feel like these are the sort of thing that would take more time to sort of brainstorm than what I have for, like, on this stream. I think if they're neutrally balanced and mechanically interesting, so they are viable and involve their own internal playstyle. Yeah. I could see something like that where it's like almost its own mini profession. But as it is, they're all just kind of like weird and a little uninteresting and a little clunky. If they had had the resources to give them their own, like, distinct appearances, where when you go like they have in Guild Wars 2 when you go like bear form or whatever, and they get their own appearances. If they could have done that in Guild Wars 1, that would make the blessings more interesting. I think if they worked a little bit more like... Yeah, at the moment they're nerfed into the dirt. Yeah, it's the sort of thing where if the blessings felt a bit more like dervish forms, where they had like that 2-second activation time, but when you did it, you changed your appearance and I don't know. I don't like the skill change thing. If it like tweaked stuff where it's like, oh, Urson Blessing gives you more maximum HP and increased melee attack damage. Where it's like, oh, this is great if you're trying to do melee attacking. Cool. If Raven Blessing was not about making you more durable, but like made your spells recharge faster or whatever. And if Wolf Blessing was like increased damage against foes suffering from conditions. Like, I feel like there is a way that you could have worked them to feel more like the Norn forms instead of these forms that, like, aren't completely ending your skill bar, but rather like, well, you want to build them in this kind of general direction. That to me would be really interesting and would give them a place. The way that they're current, and that just like figuring out what those should be requires a lot of brainstorming and a lot of sort of like thinking through things. But like the way that they're currently implemented is just really uninteresting to me, and I basically never use them because why would I want to give up like the thing that I enjoy, which is my professions, like building bars, to use kind of like a pre-built mediocre feeling bar that's like. The thing is too, like they have to be weak because they're giving everybody the same bar. So like that bar can't be too good, because if that bar is too good, then the only good thing to do in the game is to use that bar. You know what I mean? So like these blessings as they're currently implemented cannot be good skills. They can only be mediocre skills, because if they're good skills, if they're legitimately good skills, then that, as we saw when they first came out, like Urson Blessing was a legitimately good skill. And that meant high-end farming was just everybody was an Urson Blessing because it was that good. That there's just no reason to not do that. Like, get rank 10, farm rank 10 Norn up, and then hop into Urson Blessing, and that's how you're farming DOA. That's what the game became for a while. And then they basically had to, like, nerf them into their current states, and they're just not interesting anymore. And I mean, they weren't interesting then either, quite frankly. Like, nobody liked it. It was just the most efficient thing. And, like, this is one of the hard things as a game designer, is players will optimize the fun out of the game. And so you have to try to make sure that the fun thing to do is the optimal thing to do. Because otherwise the players will optimize the fun out of the game, and then your game's not fun anymore and they stop playing. So, like, it's this is an important thing that you're paying attention to. So what I would absolutely want to do is just, like, take these blessings, like, in theoretical resource land where I can give them a visual effect, make them have that 2-second activation time, and then have them, like, modify you like the dervish forms do, rather than overwrite your stats. So, like, to me, Raven Blessing, it's about wisdom, right? And so what does that translate into? To me, that's like your spells cast and recharge faster, or like maybe you have some plus energy regeneration, but you have minus physical damage or something like that, where it's like, yeah, you use this on a caster to make your casting better. And like Urson Blessing is really tanky, so maybe it gives you plus maximum health and plus armor. Or what'd be really interesting is like plus maximum health, a bit of health regen, and like, interesting idea, increase your maximum health regeneration cap, or make it so that way you get healed for more. So whenever you would be healed, or like here, target foe or target ally, or like while in Urson Blessing you have 33% increased benefit from healing, something like that, you know, where it increases how much you're healed. And then like Wolfen Blessing to me is like, you move and attack 15% faster, and your attacks deal, or your skills deal plus like 13 damage to foes suffering from conditions. So like it could affect elementalist spells kind of like this does, right? You strike for plus 15 damage, affects your anything that you do that cares about armor, including like elementalist spells. So like Snowstorm is striking for plus 15 damage when against all foes, and an additional 10 against Char when you're standing in Ebon Van Standard of Honor. So why not have that apply to foes with conditions while you're in Wolfen Blessing? Like stuff along those lines to me is more interesting, and like gives you things to build around. And I want these to be interesting build arounds that inspire certain styles of play, but don't dictate like specific skills that you have to use and things like that. So that's kind of where I feel like I sit on the blessings. That's kind of a general direction of a general idea of the direction that I'd try with these. It would require a lot more like iteration to kind of figure out, okay, where are these actually like solid skills at? But that's the direction I'd go with them. As is, I don't want to use them. So, well, I think that covers all of the skills that I wanted to talk about today. So tomorrow I will talk about the Ritualist and the Profession PvE-only skills. So that's going to be like Eternal Aura, Critical Agility, Shadow Sanctuary, Aura of Holy Might, those sorts of skills, as well as the skills they added in the 15th anniversary. Spoilers on those, I probably wouldn't have any interest in changing most of those, but definitely tweaks to a bunch of them. So that's kind of where I sit on that stuff. Anything else specifically on that front? I don't think so. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up for today. Then went a little bit long, but I wanted to wrap stuff up with the PvE only skills there, so I can wrap up this whole project this week. I'm excited for that. Excited to get back to actually playing the game. Yes, that is kind of the issue. Yeah, a bunch of the anniversary skills are very strong. Some of them are decent, and then like, I'd be curious to know which ones you think are which, but. The Elementalist one I know most people don't like very much. The Mesmer one feels a bit anemic to me. We'll talk about them tomorrow. So yeah, that's the plan. Got a lot to talk about in the preamble about Ritualist probably. And Ritualist is going to be real hard to discuss for reasons that I'll discuss tomorrow. So that's your teaser for tomorrow. That's your teaser for the Ritualist part. But until then, everyone, thank you very much for watching. You can follow the channel to get notified when I go live. You can check the About page for more links to stuff. You can check the schedule for the schedule. You can go chat at me on Discord. Enjoy the discussion. Thank you for chatting with me, Topat. And hopefully I'm being consistent in how I'm pronouncing your name. So yes, anything else? Thank you for the raid that happened earlier. From Hike Styles. Who knows how it's supposed to be pronounced? But thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. And now I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. So thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.